Rennie Good was a gifted soul, a writer and a poet and a mother, wow. She tried to hit an agent with her car, oh no! Pop motherfucker, now she's gone! Yeah! Being a fucking liberal is a mental disease. Blue-haired and fuckables with the septum ring. You are not a hero, you're a fucking disease. You fuck around and find out it's what it is. Jeffrey Pretty was a Jewish homo. Started talking shit to protect a chomo. He was getting nicked when he pulled a gun. Bam, motherfucker, now you're gone. Being a fucking liberal is a mental disease. Blue-haired and fuckables with the septum ring. You are not a hero, you're a fucking disease. Fuck around and find out what that is.
Hey guys, welcome to the program. We're going to talk about slimy stuff. Yeah, Clinton stuff, Hillary stuff. Share the program. You know, Hillary Clinton testified, right? And I know you were hoping it was FAFO, but she testified regarding her knowledge and understanding of Epstein Island, what it was, etc. That's what we're going to be talking about. So make sure you share this. By the way, today's program is brought to you by the fine folks at Goldco. We got a site. We did it with Goldco, our fine partners, folks. Go to jovanlovesgold.com. jovanlovesgold.com. Please, please, please request your free gold and silver kit today, because now is the time to protect your gold and silver. By you guys just got to feed your brain, folks. Request your free gold and silver kit, because I'm telling you, maybe you do pay attention, maybe you don't pay attention. Something's coming, and when they do the flip to digital, there's a very distinct possibility they're going to muck with everybody's money, and everybody's going to take a collective discount. And you won't be able to do anything about it. I did a program, I showed you before, where the government's done this before. So, folks, doesn't take anything to do except, open a browser, a second browser right now, and just put in the web, just so you remember, put in your information and get it. Okay, rumble this, share this, give me the finger, tickle me a little bit, wiggle those fingers, get it out there and share it, because we're going to be talking about Hillary, and her testimony. And it's important testimony. It was typical. I did not have sexual relations with the guy who did not have sexual relations with that intern, who is also a friend of the guy who did not have sexual relations with all those kids. Otherwise, I don't recall. Folks, let's get going. 2 minutes. Let's get started.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you.
Warning. The following program has been rated Dilligaff and is intended for open-minded audiences. If the truth offends you, or if you are allergic to focused intensity, intellectual athleticism, or the occasional F-bomb or even irreverent humor, please switch off now. If your delicate sensibilities need to be worried about or addressed, might we recommend the Underwater Basket Weaving channel to you? Otherwise, sit back, enjoy the wisdom, insight, and wicked sense of humor.
Cut the crap. How many times a day do you want to say that to politicians, the elite, the loony liberals, the fake news media, and the gender-confused, emotional socialist snowflake crowd? Cut the crap is your secret weapon for fighting for our freedoms and our great republic. It all begins with a massive mental enema, freeing you from the toxic news and politically correct views, which constipate your consciousness with stinking thinking. Your host, Jovan Hutton Pulitzer, he's known for calling out politicians and telling them to cut the crap. You've seen him on virtually every television network and listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio. And now he's here to help you learn to fight for America. Culture, race, and American politics. They all have one thing in common. They all need to cut the crap. Now, here's your host, Jovan Hutton Pulitzer.
Okay, so we're going to talk about Hillary Clinton. And I know some of you saying, I wouldn't worry about Bill and Hillary rather than ballot fudging and continuing, right? Unabated. It's true. It's true. Okay? And some of you are saying, well, I'm glad this hag never became president. Boy, could you imagine if that happened? There was a time I would have said I would have taken Hillary over others. I had said I would have taken Hillary over Obama. Right? But here we are. It's what we're dealing with today. So the Clintons were compelled to testify regarding Jeffrey Epstein and what they knew. The very first time they were scheduled for these depositions, inquiries, whatever you want to call it, they just didn't bother to show up. Then even the left got pissed off. And so the left, ironically, recently sided with the right and basically threatened and said, well, ignore it again, you're going to jail. Basically, I'm shortcutting the words, but the procedures did it. And so some of the Democrats sided with it and the Clintons had to do it. It's that simple. The protection was gone. And so Hillary showed up first. Bill comes second. By the way, just a reference, sorry, apologize yesterday, unannounced. I was not here. I got called up, let's just say, to the Northern Virginia. Had to get up there right away. It was a very, very long day. Had an opportunity. And so I had to get up there. Got back late. Was just zonked. That's the way it is. Sorry that I apologize. There being, a little bit of interruption in the broadcast. But Bill's basically sitting in the hot seat, we'll proverbially say right now. The question is, are we ever going to get any information about what really happened? So the first thing I want to ask you is, not are we going to get justice? I think that's kind of overplayed, right? Even if Bill Clinton went to Epstein Island and did all the diddling, and let's just say he was locked up, would that be technically justice? Would anything be fixed? Would anything stop? Would anything fix this at all? No. And so here's the question I have for you. Okay, they're sitting in the hot seat. Do you think we're going to learn anything, or is this just performance art? Put it in chat. Do you think we're actually going to learn something, or is this performance art? Now, Kelsey says it's nutting. I've heard there's videos of Bill on Epstein Islands, possibly nutting. I don't have those videos. If you have nutting, I mean, you've changed the subject on me. If you've got evidence of nutting, let's see it. But I'm asking, is there going to be prosecution, or is it performance? And I think everybody overwhelmingly is saying performance. Now, let me ask you a question. Why bother? Why is this system bothering to do this performance art? Why is the system bothering to do this performance art? Can you think of any logical conclusion? Yeah, it's a waste of time. Yes, it's a distraction. But what would they be distracting from? Right? Yes, maybe some people are looking for a gotcha moment. It's not about elections. There you go. But what is it? What is really going on? Why does the system do this? And I agree, it's just to make voters, populace, citizens think, okay, that your lawmakers really do something. But does any of this ever really do anything? Just a question, only because maybe I'm having a brain fart, but just a question. Have there been any hearings of these types, anytime, inquiries or whatever, any that you know of that you can say resulted in a bombshell, an incarceration, a conviction, incarceration, and a fix? Are there any? Anywhere in time? I'm racking my brain to try to think about that. Here's where I am. We're going to do this inquiry. The inquiry found this bombshell. Oh, we're going to indict. Oh, they're going to go to prison. Oh, we're going to fix this. Are there any that you can think of? Any in your mind? Am I just not thinking right? Am I just clouded? Are there any in your memory? Any in your memory? I don't recall. I just don't recall. So the question is, at this level of our government, what is this then, other than theater? So the question is, if we know it's theater, why even talk about it? But it keeps the people aware. Yeah. Aware of what? Aware that not a freaking doo-doo-dah is going to happen. Now, people say the victims hold the key. Do they? Let's look at the victim's path. The victim comes forward. Who does the victim come forward to? Just a question. Have you ever thought about that? Who does it in something like this? Epstein diddled me in an airplane when I was 8 kind of thing. Where does the victims come forward? Well, it's obvious at the front of the plane. No. Where does a victim come forward? Do they call the local police department? Local police department, if they decide to escalate it, going to escalate it to the state FBI. State FBI is going to maybe escalate it to the national FBI. They may say, get an attorney. Okay, so they get an attorney. The attorney is going to say, hey, maybe you can get some money out of this. But with money, is going to come a settlement that says you can't talk about this. So money isn't justice and is never going to get justice. So who actually do you come out to if this happened to you? How do you report it? Do you just spontaneously say, one day you're a victim, do you just spontaneously say, I was a sandwich between Epstein and Bill Clinton? and the news has you everywhere? You just post it on your social media? I was an Epstein Clinton sandwich? Come on, think through this. What do? Do you just post it on social media? Do you just all of a sudden get on ABC News? Well, social media, you're not going to get any traction unless you got a big account. You probably don't have a big account. The left's not going to listen to you. And so you might find a big account on the right, but that big account talks about UFOs and reptilian people, but that's the only one you can get on. They cover it because it's good entertainment, but now you've taken this traumatic thing in your life and if you associate it with UFOs and fucking reptilians, which are never going to be taken seriously, you fucked your own case. You go to the media, let's say you get somebody really good in your local Albuquerque, New Mexico station, and they run it up the flagpole, right? And it goes through different levels. Most people don't know this. You know, an ABC affiliate, and I'm just using this for shits and giggles, Albuquerque, the call doesn't go to ABC. The call goes to somebody who owns those non-O&Os, right? Not owned and operated ones. So it goes to somebody like Belo. Belo is in Dallas, Texas. They're the people that sold you the Kennedy story for assassination. They have those newscasters. They only have a right to use the ABC license. So really, it doesn't go to ABC. It's going to go to somebody like Belo Corporation, which is Dallas Morning News. They're going to decide, is it worthy or not? How many of them ever really get escalated? See, that's my question. If you are legitimately a victim, is there a victim's path? See, I see the same obstacles legally with BS lawmakers. You got the same obstacles if you really have a truthful story to tell. The system decides if it's going to get out or not. You might clip away at it for years, knock, years. Maybe you get some traction. Maybe you get lucky. Somebody pays attention. Or your other alternative is to go with I'm a lumberjack, Taco Bell former professor flipper, and we're a reptilian society. And to tell you it's reptilians, they like kids. And remember, it's reptiles with 7 rays of light in their head that wear red shoes. And we found a kid that was diddled by somebody, although we don't have pictures of them as they're in their reptilian form with their 7 rays of light and red shoes, but you all know that Bill Clinton's a reptilian, and so is Epstein. And so we have a whistleblower on today. Breaking. And see, so there's the bad path, and even maybe if you get a little bit of a good attorney or whatever, all that's going to happen is they're going to write a check. And in order to get that check, you're going to shut the hell up. See, most people never just think about the linear process of going through it all. The linear process of going through it all. It's wild when you really think about it. Now, when you think about it, you understand, ready? Exactly why it can be so prevalent and so underreported. Because the full system enables it. And maybe for every 100 real people that got diddled this horrible way, you're going to have 2 or 3 in that mix that just think they can get some payoff. And it was daddy diddling them, and daddy still diddles them. It says, hey, man, go make my money. Say, tell them I was a Jewish fellow. I kind of look like Bill Clinton. Don't I got a cigar? Put on a blue dress. You follow what I'm saying? This whole system, how everything works with humankind and all of it, isn't built on transparency, isn't built on honesty. and doesn't reward transparency or honesty. So I just want you to understand that. I told you long ago, I don't give a shit about the Epstein files. And for those of you who might not have been with my broadcast for a long time, as a 10-year-old, I had to endure being sexually molested in every way possible by a male and female in the 5th grade every day of my 5th grade, except maybe 4 days. So don't say I'm insensitive. This horrible one about pedophiles and how they prey on kids and what happens in the circumstances created, unfortunately, I know all too intimately. So the question is, for things like this, how do we really get justice for any sense of this? And so you got to start peeling it back. You got to start peeling it back. You got to start peeling it back. And in reality, it takes a nation waking up, deciding that the moral ethic is the best ethic, deciding that morality is absolute, right? Deciding that morality is absolute, and deciding that from anything that makes our system function, which all has to do with our elections, that we fix our elections. Now, let me give you another side of me, wildly controversial, but another way to look at this, right? We have, as humans and Americans and children of God, we have incredible God-given individual freedoms. Would you agree that we have incredible God-given individual freedoms? Yes or no? Yes. Now, the key word in there was individual freedoms. Here's what a lot of people won't like. If somebody decides to be a Catholic and you're a Baptist, let me point something out. It's none of your fucking business. You have no authority. You have no say. And interestingly enough, you can't pass judgment. And that's a double entendre. You can't pass judgment on them. And if judgment was placed on you, you can't pass judgment. If an adult in an adult relationship in their marriage and they decide to go put the car keys in the little blue bowl for the nightly Friday night party, and you grab the car keys and whoever's keys they are, that's who you go off with. Remember those stuff from like the 60s or 70s everybody talked about? Well, guess what? You don't have a fucking say. If somebody's a Democrat and they're an extreme liberal, and you're an extreme conservative, and you look at that extreme Democrat, you know what? I want you to understand something. You don't have a fucking say. Weird, isn't it? See, we can't even get for ourselves as conservatives freedom if we can't even give it. If we can't even acknowledge that we have free will and our freedoms are individual rights, we're done. Because where it gets messy is everybody deciding they can decide for everybody else. And most conservatives are no better. So all of us inadvertently in society have been trained to point fingers, to judge, and to condemn, to whatever. And when you really look at it, when you really look at it, we have no say. And so therefore what happens is we get pushed around like political pawns because they get these kids out on the street protesting Trump as a Nazi. They don't know what they're talking about, but they're being used as pawns telling the rest of the world how it should live, right? Exactly. Now, let's address this. Gail says, I'm with Jovan. I don't give a shit about the dead man and his operation at the point. It is still operating without him. That's what you have to understand. Blaming others is not fixing a thing. However, if you understand others, and if you understand how the system does it to you, then you can push back in a way that moves the needle. And typically that way is education, knowledge, and leading by example. Not pointing it out, just understanding how it works. The reason I did that setup is everybody can get all indignant, pissed, upset, mean, punchy regarding Epstein. But if you do that, you understand that man got paid well to be the tip of the spear. So you're actually getting pissed at what he got paid to do willingly. And he did willingly. But see, the system does that because they're going to give you someone to focus on, somebody to hate, somebody to get pissed off about as cover for the rest. And so you focus on the one, it's just as that motherfucker's dead. It changed nothing. So in my particular brand of teaching, I want you to understand Satan will always give you people to hate. Satan will always give you people to love. It's the name of the game. And that's exactly what they want you to do. They want you to identify people to hate, like Soros. You hated the fuck out of Soros. Now, I told you for years, if you've been with me, it ain't about Soros. Soros is a fucking puppet. What do you find when we finally get into USAID? It was our money routed to Soros and then opportunity connections that allowed him to take our money, multiply it, turn it into bigger money, and do bad things. You fucking paid for it. Are you pissed at yourself? You should be. See, because since you didn't know how the system does it to you, you didn't know how to stop it. But what you did is you hated really well. You pointed fingers really well. If we just get Soros out of this country, well, and I'll finish that statement for you. How would you, if we just get, finish a statement for me. If we just get Soros out of this country, it will result in, finish the sentence. If we just get Soros out of this country, it will get what? No, it doesn't get nothing. It gets something. If we just get Soros out of this country, it in fact gets Soros out of this country. But see, that's the physicality of the person. If you don't understand the operations of the person, they're different than the physicality of the person. So you shut down the operations. Shut down the operations will just be another one to replace them. See, learning and knowledge is about understanding how they do it to us so we can put a hole in it and defend against it. So I'm just using that as a setup for the moral of the story today when we're going to talk about Hillary Clinton. And I did it kind of as a joke, right? When I did the little cover for the program today, right? I did not have sexual relations with the guy who did not have sexual relations with that intern, who is also a friend of the guy who did not have sexual relations with all those kids. And otherwise, I don't recall. Now, that is the total summation right there. You might not see it at first, but I'm going to explain it. Because something exceptionally important happened legally. The public doesn't know it, but the system knows it. And it is the most profound acknowledgement of guilt with Hillary sitting down. But if you don't know how it works and you don't know what was really done and what was really said, you can't see through it. So that's what I'm going to teach you. Now I'm going to play you just a few little ditties about people talking about this.
Is over hours from now, but the Associated Press is reporting Hillary Clinton in testimony says, and she's under oath, she has no information on Epstein's criminal activities and never recalls meeting him. Jason.
That may be true, but I think the question is, what about the money? I think what you're going to see from this, again, no allegation of necessarily breaking the law, but what about the money? I think the money trail is the primary question, or one of the questions that the Clintons are going to ask. Hillary Clinton's going to be asked. Donations that went into the Clinton Initiative. What about the Global Foundation? And what were the introductions? Because the soft power of having a former Secretary of State or having a First Lady making introductions, opening doors, there are going to be a lot of questions about that.
Okay, that's one. Here's another.
The Oversight Committee you sit on has released these photos of Bill Clinton with all of these women on Epstein Island. Did anyone show those photos to the former First Lady and ask her if that indeed is her husband?
Yes. So the secretary was shown photos of former President Bill Clinton with photos that were released in the Epstein files. And she did admit that it was her husband, but she could not admit where they were, when they were taken, who they were taken with, and why they were taken, and what he was doing with those women. So it was very difficult to actually get any truth from her. But we did hear from Mrs. Clinton regularly that the committee should ask her husband these questions if we want answers. And so we are going to be asking Bill Clinton questions tomorrow and see if he can recall why he was in hot tubs with these young girls and receiving massages from women, and what exactly he was doing all those times on the Lolita Express and on Jeffrey Epstein's island. Since Hillary Clinton could not recall the conversations that she personally had with her husband once she learned about these images, we are going to take it directly to Bill Clinton himself tomorrow.
Just a question from that clip. I want you to answer it honestly. What was Bill Clinton? So Boebert says we're going to get him an answer. What were you doing in a hot tub with those young women? What were you doing in a hot tub with the little girls? What were you doing in a hot tub with girls, little children? Surrounded by Zombies has a really good answer. He or she says, I think, floating. Montana Finn's got it right, soaking. Dangling. Listening to the bubbles. Hanging out with everybody. Which crime got broke? He'll say he don't recall, but hang on. Now, Henry, we know he probably peed, but which one's the crime? You understand everybody's morally outraged. and they will serve you shit that will keep you morally outraged. But not a fucking thing, right? There's a crime. I'm not defending him. I want you to understand the words. I want you to understand the words. I want you to understand what's going on. And so they'll keep you, the system will keep you in this moral freaking rage zone when they live. That's a good one. Waiting for the Viagra to kick in, waiting for that snorkel to say, let's go. But are any of those a crime? Because they ask the next question. Did you have sex with that woman? No. That child? No. I didn't know the child. I don't even know who they are. Hell, I don't even know who took the photo. This is where you've got to get really focused about this system. Have you ever asked yourself, how do these photos ever get leaked if they were diddling kids in secret? So you never ask yourself that. You never ask yourself the logical question. How do you even have photos of someone sitting with a young girl? How do you even have them? Who was on the Lolita Express? Who was there at the hot tub taking photos? But the main question is, why do we have them? Nobody ever thinks about that. You don't have somebody coming forward and saying, Your Honor, here is my mobile phone. This is my contract from Verizon. You can see my SSID. Here it is. Here's the metadata for this photo. Here is this photo. Here's where I took it. I am blowing the whistle. Everything I just told you about that photo is detectable. So why do we even have the photos? Somebody says, well, because it happened is why they leaked. Wrong. Blackmail's close, but that's not it. Distraction's it. You don't even see the system. All of this is orchestrated. Let me just give you a thing. I'm going to be brutal. So plug your ears if you can't take brutality. You're on a plane with a bunch of dudes. You got a bunch of little kids. You're going to fuck them all, kill them, dumping them in the ocean. Who's taking photos? If that's really your game plan, who's taking photos? Not a fucking person. If it's really an operation, not a fucking one. And if somebody did, they're going out of the back of the plane too. But see, people just can't think around it. So what's really the operation here? What's really the operation here, folks? It's all psychological fucking warfare. All of it. There is a leaked photo because the fucking system wanted to leak a photo. Which, by the way, directly relates to Hillary Clinton testifying behind closed doors the other day. Right? Hillary and her team are testifying. No cameras, no videos. Right? No cameras, no videos. Somehow a photo gets leaked on social media by Benny Johnson. The system goes batshit crazy. Hillary and her team abruptly stopped the interview because they have the right. They have the right under the rules of the investigation. No photos, no videos. No photos, no videos. But one gets released. Benny Johnson released it. He's got the exclusive, got his logo all over it. It's me, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me. And then where does it come from? Well, when you back off the photo, you see it's Lauren Boebert. It was Lauren Boebert that bid it. That's not thanks, Benny. Hang on, ready? That's not thanks, Benny. Boebert took the photo. So now let's analyze that. Don't you understand? Boebert has no fucking integrity. If the rules of the chamber are no photos and no videos, and they don't release who's there, but she took a photo and released it, don't you understand? Don't you understand? That person doesn't play by the rules. So what really resulted as a result of that photo? Hillary and team got to stop the questioning legally. So now if you were really had your snap to you, I want to know what was fucking asked when they used it. Legally, the Clintons didn't show up, had to be pressed. They get pushed in there, and somebody breaks the rules of the chambers, which in fact, they could have pushed to the extent we no longer have to testify. You broke the rules. All that happened is it made the Republicans look dishonest and they have no ethics. That is by fucking design. Yay! We got a picture of Hillary. Boebert did it. You're a fucking hero. No, you're not. They literally gave Hillary and legal team the excuse to stop. What we don't know is how long was that stop. What we don't know was what was asked immediately when did they deal the card? Because it had to get out, uploaded to Benny. Benny had to take it. Benny had to put his fucking logo all over it, put it out. It had to get traction and then go. She's not an idiot. That was by design. See, you excuse this shit away. It was a boo-boo. It was a boo-boo. It was a boo-boo. Everything's designed to be a boo-boo. Stop it. Fucking stop it. And we're all here saying the fucking Dems don't play by the rules, don't uphold the fucking standards, bitching our fucking asses off when the fucking Republicans don't play by the rules, don't hold by the standards, but yet we give ourselves a pass. And the only ones that look like bad guys in this scenario are the fucking Republicans. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Oh, by the way, get ready. Get ready. You ready for this shit? The rules are no photos and no video recordings. What does Boebert and Benny say in the release of the photo? We got the full video recording. It's coming next. Let me tell you what that is. That is the ticket that allows Clinton and team to say, hey, we agreed on no video. Now we know it's broken. Therefore, you're going to abide by this rule or you're going to be damaged, our own country, and you have to do an agreement. They'll never be released. Don't you fucking understand the game that just got played? Don't you understand this shit? All of it. Video, audio, and photos. There wasn't anything leaked. You watch an operation being played that made sure nothing comes out. That's all you saw. And you're fucking beating your chest for the fucking Republicans. What's a hero? That's about as heroic as cutting off your fucking dick saying you're a woman. Same shit. It's all by design. All by design. It's designed for cover. It's designed for excuses. And that is why they keep on bringing this stuff forward. We got a whistleblower. We got a whistleblower. You have a fucking whistleblower because they allowed a whistleblower and they want to change the direction the wind blows. There you go. Both sides are fucking crooked. This is just it. You just got to understand this. People get pissed at me. I cuss. I cuss because I am so frustrated with us losing our country and the stuff that we think is important and we scream about and we look at or whatever, right? And it's trash. But I'm going to give you more trash. Let me give you a couple more pieces.
The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was at her daughter's wedding, and her story now is, oh, she was a plus one. Well, who was she the plus one with as the pimp in chief for Jeffrey Epstein?
You're gonna have photos circulating. You can do this right now. If you're on X right now, you can put in Hillary plus Epstein right now. Click on the media tab. You're going to see all these fucking photos of Bill and Epstein and Hillary and all this other stuff. And people go, fuck, we caught him. Because we don't look. I watched one person that follows me go, there's photos of Hillary and Epstein. And all they did was share it. Look, they got her. There's photos. But they never looked at the photos because they didn't pay attention. Number one, the photos are all AI. They have dead people wrapped up in shrouds in the background. Hillary and all these guys are wearing red robes. It's all fucking AI. But the system got flooded with AI photos. That's the very first thing that happened. Photo after photo after photo after photo after photo after photo after photo. All faked. Now, here's what happens. Because nobody pays attention and looks at them, they turn around and they amplify those photos. There's fucking evidence because you're emotional. You're angry. You're pissed. Now, what happened? You, a person with a great reputation, fucking put out an AI photo. They're going to let this operation run for a week. They're going to let this operation run for a week. And then any photo coming out, they're just going to automatically now tag it. That's quite possibly AI. And you just diminished all the evidence. Because why? You're upset. You're emotional. You're not looking. Boom, there's the proof. And you didn't even look at yourself. Do you understand how that con works? I'll show you the pictures in a minute. Do you understand how that con works? Number one, it tricked you. It destroyed your credibility because you didn't check. You amplify it. People believe it. They keep amplifying it. We all fucking look like a bunch of fucking idiots. And the left gets to say, well, that's AI. They're all AI. We do their dirty work for them. Fucking A, we do their dirty work for them. I'll show you the pictures, but let's go.
The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was at her daughter's wedding, and her story now is, oh, she was a plus one. Well, who was she the plus one with as the pimp in chief for Jeffrey Epstein? And the alleged 13-year-old girl, her entire testimony was discounted by the FBI after investigation because it supposedly happened again when she was 13 or 15 at Hilton Head Island with no evidence whatsoever to back up her claims, and she was determined to be really kind of off mentally. So again, the left keeps wanting to throw Bill Clinton aside while focusing on Donald Trump. It was Jeffrey Epstein who went to the White House 17 times. Was Hillary always out of town? Bill and Hillary went to the Zorro Ranch multiple times, and she never met Jeffrey Epstein there. There are pictures of her with Jeffrey Epstein while she claims, both in apparently her sworn testimony and afterwards, she never met the man. So are we supposed to believe our lying eyes or Hillary Clinton?
I guess the difference is she's saying, I don't remember meeting him. Maybe that's one of those small legalese phrases, which means that she gets off swinging off a massive giant hook. Steve, do you think there's been any justice served for the victims of this?
But so many of these people who write these long books detailing their time in office or as a camp, they can remember everything when they're writing a book. But when it's a tough question, I can't remember ever meeting the man. And her statement afterwards and her lawyer's statement was definitive. I never met the guy. That's not true.
Let me show you just for a minute. And I'm going to show you a few of these because they're circulating. And he used to work with Hillary Clinton, and he's saying, yes, there are photos existing. He's never done that interview before. Let me put that for you together. He used to work for the Clintons. He's now coming out saying there are photos of them. Now, if he's really worried, wouldn't he be worried about getting Hillaried? But why does he do it? Because he wants you to believe there are photos out there. He adds credibility to the story. He pops up. He kind of pops up. But he's a Clintonite. He pops up, and all of a sudden, yeah, there's fucking photos everywhere. I've seen them all. It's like, oh my God. I watched every one of them. They're there. Once you go down the rabbit hole, you can see all of this, and there's just total proof that all of this happened. For God's sakes, think about it, folks. If they weren't diddling each other, why do we have photos of them together in the bed diddling each other? And you never think about it. You never think about it. You never think about what's really going on. You never think about what you're really seeing. And you share photos. And you share these photos. And every one of these are AI. And that's what the system wants you to do. Because, see, you're participating in exactly what they want you to do. Get consumed in fucking photos, get indignant, and get pissed. Well, I got to tell you, I took that photo. But at least it was right. Bill was never in bed with Hillary, so that's how I know it was a fake. But there you go. You just have to understand how this game is played, okay? But let's hear from Hillary, and then I'm going to drop a bomb on you.
Good evening. Well, I have just finished testifying. I answered every one of their questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get...
I just have to stop. Hillary's first excuse of not to show up is because this is all political theater orchestrated by the Republicans just to be political theater. What did it turn into? Political theater, quote unquote, by the Republicans releasing a photo. Do you see how it makes the right look bad? It's all fucking orchestrated.
Good evening. Well, I have just finished testifying. I answered every one of their questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance. But whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me. So I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when, contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. And when I said that, I had to point out that the only questions that any Republican member asked of any of the people they deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr, when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
Let me tie some of this together for you. I'll go back. She mentioned Barr. She mentioned she got asked. They wanted to know the details of the Russian interference in her election in 2016. They allowed that con to come back in. She answered it as if it was true. Brought it back up, revived it all. Why would anybody ask Hillary about UFOs? Do you know the answer to that? Why would anybody ask Hillary in a meeting like that when a meeting like that with Hillary about UFOs? Why would that question be asked? Put it in chat. Why would that question be asked? So Hillary can get out there and say, they fucking asked me about UFOs and Pizzagate. It is all a game. Every bit of it. The players she mentioned, Barr, an asset of hers, right? Well, and they kind of drop names and they sizzle these in. Well, even the chairman asked me a question. And one thing he asked me is, more details about how Russia hacked my election. Every bit of this is political theater. Political theater at the expense of our country, which you fucking willing participate in. You participate in. And this is what gets me. Because, see, you easily fall for it if you stay only on the emotional side and you do not ask for truth. And when you rely on somebody, well, I like them. They got a cross on the outside of their shirt. That means you can't lie. Therefore, they always tell the truth. And then you share shit like this. Let me get this straight. At an underground fucking bunker with devil-headed goats, dead fucking bodies, people wearing robes, they're taking a fucking selfie. And you share it, saying, she's lying, there's proof all over the place. And you share it. And what you did is you gave traction to them to say it's all AI fucking generated images. None of these images are real. And you fucking kill it for other people because you can't control yourself doing it. They move us and manipulate us like fucking puppets. AI's gotten so far, you even think this is fucking real. It's not. You don't even know how to look for the hidden watermark in it. You don't. You don't even know what site to check to see if it's AI. But you say it's there. We all know they were there. There are parties. Fucking A. We caught them hands down. Now, when you believe the photos and you're pissed and you say, but we got evidence, we caught them hands down, what happens? You get more pissed. And what happens? You stay in that emotional, disfocused, disheveled fucking mode. You operate at that level. And because you operate at that level, you can't see clearly what's going on. Now I'm going to share with you clearly what's going on. I want you to completely understand how this works. When it comes to elections, and I do this in the election stuff, I keep on telling you about it. Have I always taught you it's about the words? Have I always taught you it's about the words? You've got to understand the words. That's why William Barr can say there was not enough material evidence to make a difference in the outcome of the election. Which to people sounds like, well, We didn't find anything. It was crap. We do this to ourselves because we don't take time to understand. Right? We do this to ourselves. It's how a president can get off by saying, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Who the fucking calls it sexual relations? Hey, Monica, get over here, intern. I've been looking at you all day. I just wanted to let you know I want to have sexual relations with you. Nobody talks like that, but you got to understand the words. So in this game, here's what's going on. Hillary's transcripts, none of this is supposed to be recorded, although Benny's saying it's recorded, and Benny, Bo, Ben, Bo. Anyway, says it's recorded, does all of this. So here's what happened. In any of these, and I've told you this before, okay? Inside the chamber, if you lie, it is a crime against the government. You got it? Come outside that door, stand across that threshold. You can say, just like Shifty Schiff, we got all this evidence of Trump and Russians and money and whatever. We got it all. Now, you hear certain things. Both sides hear certain things. You don't understand the rules and that line of a threshold. If he says that inside, they do that inside, they're going to prison. Say it outside, all games off, they can say what they want. So Hillary can say anything she wants before she goes in. She can say anything she wants when she comes out. So what really matters is what happens behind closed doors. Behind closed doors. Anyway, okay. So on her testimony that happened, here's what we know was said. She says she had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. She had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, we'll just call her Giz for short, crimes. Okay? So I'm going to put that on the screen, and I'm going to show you how this works. Is that okay? There we go. She had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. What does that mean? What does that mean? Knowledge in the courts under oath literally means direct knowledge. Not knowledge how you use the word knowledge in your life, but direct knowledge. Right? Secondly, for something to be a crime, it must be adjudicated as a crime. So, did Hillary at any time sit down with Epstein or Guzzler or any of them combined when they were in fact convicted by a crime by which Hillary knew they had committed a crime? Do you think that happened? Did Hillary watch any of them diddle a kid? Well, she wasn't there. Do you understand how these words work? Now that in legalese is an accurate 100% non-prosecutable statement. Non-prosecutable. Okay? Get it? You got to understand how it works. Here you go. I had no idea about their criminal activities. What's the definition of that? Two things. The fact, has it been adjudicated criminal? Second, it's plural, not singular. So would Hillary, if in fact Epstein and Guzzler were a big criminal enterprise, would she know about, meaning the intricate workings, would she know about their criminal plural enterprises? Does she have any plausible reason to know about their criminal enterprises and acts? Not at all. And by the way, you can't prove it. How would you prove it? How would you prove it? Okay. Now, in this particular questioning, there's an interesting idiosyncrasy, which is 100% a legal maneuver. I do not, this is the number one thing she said, I do not recall. Her statement here is, I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. What is the definition of an encounter? It's broad. Meeting is a different definition. Encountering is something different. Oh yeah, I met Jeffrey. Oh yeah, I encountered Jeffrey Epstein. See, it's a once removed word. Now, why do you get answered by that? Why do you that? She also said she was horrified when she learned about their crimes. Right? Okay. Here is the legalese that you need to understand of what truly happened yesterday. And this is how the game is played. She sits there and they say, do you, what's the word we're looking for? Do you, did you know about Epstein's and Giselle's criminal enterprise? And she says no. Now, in legal terms, that's called absolute denial. Absolute denial. Okay? Now, if anything comes forward to the contrary, okay, to the contrary of that, it is a crime. In that room, it is a crime. But what did she say? I don't recall. Now, that in legal speak is called a memory-based denial. A memory-based denial, you cannot prove the event happened, and you cannot prove the witness actually remembered it, because what it does is it pushes back. Well, you have to prove now she intentionally did not remember it. So absolute denial actually creates what's called criminal liability. Where they need to put it in terms is they've got to move it what's called beyond criminal liability. So this is why what you see, and this is how they ride this line between knowingly and unknowingly. See, they're technically under oath. You make false statement, and it's proved otherwise. It's so very as to prove you knew. So under the federal statements law, material false statements are criminal even outside oath settings when it comes to have to do with federal matters, including and specifically congressional investigations. And that's what this was. So what you have to prevent and what you have to know to prevent is basically never present the absolute denial. Because if they have records or they have witnesses or they have photos or they have logs or emails that the event happened, that means it's easily contradicted. In other words, you're nailed. Okay? Now, the reason you don't make a factual statement is because the factual statement is very hard to back off after you've made it. Because by default, you're basically, you're confirming knowledge and you're confirming intent. Yes, I did. You're confirming knowledge, you're confirming intent. Okay? So it's very hard to walk back otherwise in the court. So what you have to do is you have to pivot. You got to be very careful how this is done. And you have to, understanding the implications, if you think there is evidence to prove it, and this is how you should read it. Because I told you, this was an admission. You just don't understand how to read it legally. You think it was still her up there doing yada, 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 nothing. If you watch how she answered it, she answered the question second. She presented her present memory state first. She answered the statement second. She presented her present memory state first. And the way you do this is, I do not recall. Now, what this does is this, in legal terms, it's what's called, it changes the proof problem, right? Therefore, if it ever comes out later, instead of proving it happened, which of course you get evidence it happened, here you go. The government must now prove that this person, get ready, actually remembered it at the time of testimony, but chose to lie. Now, how do you prove somebody actually remembered it at that time? You got a solution? How do you prove anybody at that time actually remembered it and lied? You can't. You can't. And if you don't understand this, you get frustrated and get pissed off. You get pissed off, they fucking let her off the hook. No, you're now the smartest patriot in the room. You actually know what she admitted to and she's worried about. You see the difference? Knowledge makes the difference. You see all of this as a shit show. You see all of it as political theater, and it is, but it still has rules. It still has rules. And if you understand the rules, you understand she covered her ass in a way that the things she knows about comes out. She's not on the hook because there's no way they can really prove her prior knowledge. There's no way to prove she actually remembered it at the time of testimony. Right? And the government, under its rules, must prove that at that moment in time, they actually remembered. It is an admission of guilt in a way that allows them to deflect, but not be criminally culpable. It is called fundamental ambiguity. And this is how they use it. Fundamental ambiguity. And that's what every one of these people are taught. This is how it works. Now, on our side, it keeps you perpetually frustrated. It gets you pissed. It gets you angry, which is what I think they want to do. But in politics, it's a little bit, it's kind of like plausible deniability. You're right. Plausible deniability is once removed away by sending the email to somebody else, you really didn't send it to the congressperson. That's plausible deniability, right? But in this ambiguity, right, issue, That's what they're creating. It's called fundamental ambiguity. It's just not clear. Right? If you don't understand all of this, and this is why, I get a hard time. Everybody says their shows are too long. They should be 2 minutes. That's what the federal fucking government wants. Well, why can't you do 90-second clips on this? That's what they want. Because you'll still end up being a fucking idiot on the facts. That's not what I do. My job is to make you the smartest patriot in the room. You have to understand, because here you go. Chapstick's got it right. This is not a fucking game. This is not a game. This is not social media fodder. This is not a commercial. This is not a promotional video. It is fucking war. And if you can't get engaged, sit on the fucking sidelines in totality or go register as a Democrat and at least do it ethically, honestly, and screwing your country. When you share these bullshit AI photos, which helps their case, why don't you just go register as a Democrat? Because you don't have what it takes to save our country. You don't have the mental acuity to understand we are at war. And you, whether you like it or not, are drafted into this war. It's just like this election integrity stuff. We know the rat bastard stole the election, yaka, 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 yaka. Well, you know it. But then you also know anything doing with the machines is voluntary, can never be enforced. But you're so emotional and pissed, even though you know that fact, it is unenforceable by law. Everything that comes out talking about the election was rigged with the machines, you fucking share. Because you're acting emotionally. Everybody already knows the election was bullshit. You don't have to share videos. We got them all. We're going to melt them all down to prison bars. You don't have to share that shit to prove that point anymore. You got to pivot and we got to play to win. And everything on the machines is voluntary. We'll never win. Look at what Fulton County, Georgia is freaking out about. The very boxes that are missing that have the physical ballots. They never freak out about the machines. They hope you stay on the machines. You're trained on the machines. But every time you lift your finger and you keep on sharing that stuff, you keep on sharing that shit because you're pissed and emotional about elections. You just want people to get pissed and emotional like you, but you share the cover story, which assures it will never be solved. And you can't see that because you're emotional. And so it doesn't matter what comes along, you just keep on sharing it because, well, yeah, it was election stolen, it was stolen. That's all you get. When you read it, it says the machine swapped it and they swapped 9,000 votes and here's that. They inserted 100,000 votes and it's all a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. But because you're emotional, you keep on sharing it. You keep on amplifying it. It is you that keeps it alive. All these guys with the machines in elections, because this is all about elections. And you now know, according to the Election Assistance Commission, that every fucking rule on the machines is 100% voluntary. Means no enforcement. I've taught you that. But every time you keep on sharing that shit, you're doing their dirty work. And you can't control yourself. You know why you can't control yourself even when you know the difference? Because you're pissed. And in your pissed off dumb, you can't focus on winning. You just want, well, people need to know it was rigged. You don't care about people don't need to know it was rigged by thinking, oh, I saw it on television. They swapped the votes and there's the proof. You're playing for their side and you don't even know it. And you don't have the willpower and the intellectual honesty to get out of that highly charged emotional mode. And by the way, I can be highly charged and right on focus. I've managed the two lines. But I also understand, right? Also understand okay, here's what's going on. Now, you may naturally ask, well, other people are still saying it's Serbian, whatever. For me, that's a simple one. What's that person's intent? What's my intent? To fix this shit. What's my ethic? I won't bend. What's my game plan? Must be convictable, prosecutable evidence. Other people do things for, right? Other people do things for points, for image, for clicks, for shares. I don't do anything for that. My intent is to win with prosecutable evidence to save the United States of America, because there is only save America or America's dead, and that's all there is. That is my intent. You don't have to, there it is. That's my intent. Now, you're pissed off about Epstein. But you know what happened here? Don't you understand? The moment the raids start in Fulton and it triggers in Maricopa, what built up consecutive with it? The release of the list that was bullshit that I showed you of Epstein. Which one are more people talking about? Epstein. See, they gave you a choice. And people inherently go with the most emotional ones. See, if your kids are at home and you have young ones and grandbabies and you're taking care of them, you're fine. Let me say that again. If your young children, grandbabies, great-grandbabies, you know where they are at home, they are taken care of, and they have good parents, you are okay and fighting this war. Let me say that again. If your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren are in a parental home with parents, your kids, grandparents, and the whole bit, right? Right? And you're aware they're taken care of. Now, let me play something else for you. Let's say you have a 14-year-old daughter. She's not kidnapped. None of the Epstein girls claim they were kidnapped. You have a 14-year-old daughter, 15-year-old daughter, 16-year-old daughter, 17-year-old daughter. And she flies to Epstein Island for a week's vacation. Whose fucking fault is it? You have a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and she takes a vacation with a multimillionaire on an island in the Caribbean for a week. Whose fault is it? The fucking parents. So who should you really be pissed about? You're pissed about Epstein, and here's a 16-year-old girl on his lap, but you're not thinking about what enabled that. The system and parents. And long before that girl got on a jet, those parents made it okay to get on the fucking jet. But see, no matter how disgusting it is, the system allows you to misplace your disgust, your anger, and all of that. And in that disgust, you can't focus on what's really real. Back it up and undo it, just like USAID and money, and you really find out where it is, and you realize the fucking system's broken. There's only way to fix it, and that's fixing our fucking elections. We have no parental supervision. You know why we have no parental supervision? My family, my sister, grandbabies, her daughters and kids are going through this right now. The girls, tall, beautiful girls, play sports, and they're all running around. Non-stop every day. One sport to this activity, to this activity. You know what happens? It wears the parents out. You also know what else happens? The parents can't be at every place at every time. So what happens? Since the parent is worn out, because you've been told they got to be in all these fucking sports. That's it. It's academics. What they get, whatever. And they got to be in fucking everything. You get worn out. So you take the most precious cargo you have and you rely on friends. Hey, can you pick them up? Can you shuttle them here? And sometimes that gets moved a little further down the line. Is anybody going to watch your children as tight as you? No. Can it be missed? Yes. And so what you don't understand is the system, the break in the system comes directly between when we didn't have all these activity fucking clubs we had to go to, and we were at home and we were in our yards and our front yards with friends doing shit and being safe. And they convinced us, no, it's a better life. They got to be in everything. It makes them more valuable for what? College. And you bought into, they got to have all these extracurricular activities because it makes them more attractive to colleges. And what you did? You pawned off your kids. You fucking wore them out. You wore you out. You wore them out. You can't pay attention to anything because you're running your ass off just trying to manage it all. You have to rely on more and more people to manage your own children. That's the key. You rely on more and more and more people that are not you to take care of and manage your own child. Therefore, we did this. It's very good to be pissed at fucking Epstein and Hillary and Bill and Stephen Hawkins and Jay-Z and Diddy. Pull a fucking mirror up and ask, how do we fix this? It all is us. The system sold us a lifestyle. Just like rappers and shit sell kids a lifestyle. And you got these little kids that think it's chains and looks and dress, fucking talking ass stupid. It's a sales job. It's a sales job. And every bit of it comes back to us, the parents. Every bit of it. Now, the last part of the gig they do. See, you don't ask the right questions. You only see Stephen Hawkins went to Epstein Island. Stephen Hawkins was on Epstein's jet. So now what you have is, I can't trust anybody and it's all shit. You know what the real story behind a lot of this is? Jeffrey Epstein and all the high net worth circles put out the word, if you ever need a jet and you don't think you can get one quick enough, let me know. You can use mine. What was that? Put it in your terms. A billionaire puts out, I got my jet. If you're ever in a tight bind, you got to go somewhere real quick. Don't worry about it. Call up, show up. You can use my jet. Now, the question is, would you use it? Hey, we all go to the Super Bowl. Hey, Jeffrey said we could use the jet. Well, 5 or 6 of us, let's go. Now, are your friends kind of the friends like you? Yeah. What happens when you get on the jet? What happens when you get on the jet? You sign in, the flight log, they got your information. Did you fly with Epstein? Did you diddle a kid on the jet, or did you just use the jet? You fly. The other hook of it is a jet right now, any jet at any point in time, just to fuel up, is going to be about $35,000. Imagine filling your fuel tank and it's $35,000 to fill up. And it can be as much, depending upon the jet you have, about $30,000 per flight hour. Per flying time hour. Okay? Now, in the world of ultra high net worth individuals, you're always going to be paying for your jet. But most people don't remember, you're not just paying for your jet, you're paying your hangar fees, you're paying your pilots, because most of them have full-time pilots. And so if you put the word out to 5013Cs, charities, hey, if you need to use my jet, here it is. I'm going to let you use my jet. You're not going to pay me any cash. You're just going to give me back a contribution certificate for 150 grand. Now, no money changed hands, and it's perfectly legal. So the 5013C claims they used the jet, claims the cost was 150 grand, but you allowed them not to pay for it because he's going to consider it a contribution. So he got no money back. He got this. Well, it probably only cost half that. And so he got double. It comes off his taxes, which is a way of getting that money back anyway. Will very large nonprofits, fancy hoodoo nonprofits that know all these people pop around and that's the one to use, maybe call in that favor? Yes, they will. What do they do when they get on the jet? Sign in. Does that mean that Jeffrey was on the jet and they fucked little kids over the ocean? Tell you a story. The year is 1998. Microsoft is, in my tech world of television, my single largest sponsor. Long ago, when Netscape was the number one browser, they had 97% of the marketplace. It was my little tech brain and tech training as a teacher teaching people and I was the first one to combine radio, television, and internet. It's the standard you see today that you can watch it over the internet, you can stream it, you can watch it on TV, etc. Oh, I was the very first person to do that ever. I taught TV, radio, and this thing called streaming, how to do it together. It was called a triple cast. I got the contract to introduce Internet Explorer, which back then most people called Internet Exploder. And I did this huge campaign with Microsoft to change that market. Business at the speed of thought. It's chapter 2. Bill Gates talks about the changeover with the then president, Mike Maples, who was my contact to figure this out. And I basically turned that market around in 60 days, and Netscape just went away and it was all IE. And that was before we all got Chrome. Now, why do I tell you that? Well, in that time, I'm doing a capital run for my technology, which is for scan to connect. You know, how you use Q codes and barcodes and you use your phone and scan. I wanted a few things. It hadn't come about in mobile phones yet, but it was coming. But the development arc was a little too far out. And Microsoft had a mobile scanner coming out. See the red light there? And I could teach that red light to also read it. So I could do it in your mouse. So you could have a cat in your mouse. And I wanted to get in their mouse, and we're doing it. So I have great connections in Microsoft. So we're trying to figure out the investment and everything else and what to do and whatever and whatever and whatever and whatever. Where was the deal done? Well, the deal was done because one of my advisors is Bill Gates's bridge ringer. Now, here's how it works. Let's say we're going to play a game of pickup basketball. It's me, but my team is Shaq and Dr. J. Well, see, those are my ringers. I just got to make sure they get the ball. They're fucking going to dominate everybody. Well, in the bridge world, the super high mega IQ bridge world, my friend's the ringer, the #1 world champion. And so the way the deals and introductions was done was me getting to Bill through him by getting on the jet while they're practicing their team bridge play while it's headed to Geneva for the bridge championship. Now, those kinds of things are done all the time based on who's got a jet going somewhere and, hey, I got to meet with you. I've done many meetings that couldn't fit into my schedule. Okay, here it is. Meet at the Tarback. You'll just ride in the helicopter with me in the city, or you'll just ride on the jet with me to X. You want to pay for the ticket? I got to be in Berlin. I'm only going there for a lunch. Buy the ticket next to me. We'll ride to Berlin together. And if there's something to do, we can do it. That happens all the time in the business world. It's just the way it's done. A lot of what you're seeing is because the names are so big, it is guilt by association and implication, and that is what's keeping so many people riled up. But yes, it can get you implicated. And that was part of the racket of all of that stuff. So many names could be implicated, it would never see the light of day. But what does it make the public believe? Evil elite Satanists, everybody, they're eating the kids. Now, what does that do for the CIA or agencies? Keeps you in fucking chaos, and they move. I'm going to do another show to follow this up. But what if I told you, as every major dim left office, the new candidate to come in to be the dim candidate comes from where? Here's the question. Use Spanberger in Virginia. I mentioned it since I was right there yesterday. When Major Dim's timeout and the new dim replacement comes in that gets in the office, they all have one thing in common. Socialist Party? Nope. GOP? Nope. Almost all of them now, 50 of them, former CIA. Look up Spanberger. The people they're replacing that are timing out in the DIMS is how you get the most money, are being replaced almost exclusively with former CIA. The reason I tell you this is you have to know, you have to understand, you got to understand we are in a fucking war. You've got to take this seriously. You got to stop sharing shit. You got to get very focused on this. You got to stop sharing stupid ass stuff saying, well, this is proof. Look, you just got to stop it. You got to knock it off. We're in trouble if you don't. And you got to understand what we have to fight for to get this fixed. And we've got to stay on the side of evidence and proof. They cannot get around. That's why I showed you Hillary's testimony. There are rules. It's always about the words. It is why they push to machines, no enforcement, and they avoid like the plague and fight over it, the paper. Choose to be a warrior and fight for what's right. Share this program. Love y'all.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need
fight for free and fair elections. Invent and scan the ballots of kinematic artifact detection. You love to read and learn, travel and explore. You're a fearless, braveheart patriot who's opened doors. You are courage, you're our voice. Jovan, we thank you for what you're fighting for. You're our warrior. You are brave like a lion. You're David fighting Goliath, couldn't ask for more. You're our warrior. Think of what you've done for you, for me, for our country. You'll go down in history as our warrior. You lead by God and always do what's right. In the battle for our nation, you lead the fight. We pray for your safety, the armor of God to protect you from all of us. Here's a thank you for all that you do. You are courage, you're our voice. Jovan, we thank you for what you're fighting for. You're our warrior. You are brave like a lion. You're David fighting Goliath, couldn't ask for more. You're our warrior. Think of what you've done for you, for me, for our country. You'll go down in history as our warrior. Jovan, you're a hero we stand behind. We're inspired by the fire inside your eyes. American proud, we know you'll fight till your dying day. And we'll always stand behind you through everything. You are courage, you're our voice. Jovan, we thank you for what you're fighting for. You're our warrior. You are brave like a lion. You're David fighting Goliath, couldn't ask for more. You're our warrior. Think of what you've done for you, for me, for our country. You'll go down in history as our warrior.
What do you think about the Republican Party? You know, I'm gonna go back to Bannon. Somebody just wrote here, because I keep on seeing this. I heard he was good at strategic planning for military operations. Can I ask you a question? Where do you hear that? Hold on. I do see this typical thing. Oh, he's undercover. You know, kind of like the Q stuff. President Trump's still running, but it's all undercover. It's a setup. I see a lot of that recycled. I don't know. But have any of you heard that? Right? Are any of you heard that? Let me ask you a question. Bickford, I guess you're talking about Elon still? Both rotten, corrupt, and castrated by lobbying? Or are you answering on the Republican one? Let me know, and I'll know, right? But let's just see. Based on what's publicly documented and reported, there is no evidence at all Steve Bannon has planned or directed military operations, tactical operations, missions run by any armed forces. What is documented, he's been a military veteran and he's a political influencer. He served in the United States Navy, but he served as a secretary, a special assistant to the chief of naval operations at the Pentagon, which means he's been exposed to the national security work, but he says he has nothing at all to do with planning military operations. Let's see. Early in Donald Trump's, he had a policy adjacent role in 2017, placed on the National Security Council Principals Committee, and then was removed. Said he had some high-level exposure, but had no authority over troops. So there's no thing that he planned military operations of any type, or that he had influence in the decisions. Could he express his opinion politically? Yes. And that he did have proximity to national security discussions in 2017 temporarily. There's the information. So I don't know. I really don't know. But okay. Is that playing into, well, it's really psychological warfare and he's doing this and that and that and this and this and that? I don't think so. But I do think that's a common excuse. Well, it's an undercover sting. He only, and I'm not talking about Bannon, we'll talk about somebody else. He only played like he had sex with kids and ate pizza and hot dogs. It wasn't real. He was just infiltrating it. Do you follow what I'm saying? So I don't know. Okay, let's go back to the GOP. Folks, what I'm doing is 10 questions. I want to do these. And somebody says, well, he still went to jail. Okay. Let me give you another twist. Is that okay? Many times the system will try to incarcerate people or threaten people with incarceration or lawsuits to attempt to do two things. See if in fact they know anything on upper echelon dirt. That's number one. What they primarily do is try to convince you you're going to go to jail for life, and they will lead you along a track of making up something to implicate someone else thereafter. So again, that's just a political tactic. Again, I don't put much credence in whether it went to jail or not, especially under Biden era. Right? If I had to characterize him, he's political. Okay, RNC. Where do you come down on the RNC? Somebody says, if it wasn't for Bannon, there never would have been Trump 1. Let's run that to ground. I'm going to put that out there. Eric says, if it wasn't for Bannon, there never would have been Trump 1. Okay, how many of you, when you voted for Donald J. Trump, be honest, you voted for him because you liked him and you maybe saw his rallies, etc., and you made a decision, versus you voted for him because Steve Bannon said do it and you saw Steve Bannon talk about it? Answer it honestly. We're talking about 45. We're talking about Trump 45. Is that why any of you, I want to hear from you if you did any of you make your decision on Donald J. Trump because of Steve Bannon? Right? I just want to know. Eric says that it wouldn't have been, there wouldn't have been a Trump 1 if it wasn't for Bannon. I for Trump. Most people say they're voted for Trump because they loved him. Everybody so far is saying Bannon had no influence, and I think we would get a good spattering across the audience of people's view. Let's see. People are saying never heard of Bannon until he jumped into podcasting. Not me neither. Bannon had no influence. I voted for Trump because I like Trump. No one made me. I voted for Trump because he was a businessman. I voted for Trump because I liked him. Had nothing to do with Bannon. Most people are saying they didn't know who Bannon was. I would tell you, Eric, I think it worked in reverse. I think Trump made Bannon, not Bannon made Trump. Just my own opinion. Most people are saying that. They know of Bannon because of Trump, not because Bannon made Trump. So I'm not sure I agree with you there, but I understand people are saying that. But man, that's like discrediting everybody, right? Period. That's like discrediting everybody for making a good decision. So, well, they did it because Steve Bannon said. And I think, look, it's bigger the other way around, right? Trump is the one that makes people. Just a thought. Just a thought. Right? I voted Donald J. Trump for him. Okay. Debbie, let me make sure I got what you're saying. Are you saying you voted for Donald J. Trump because of Bannon, or you voted for Donald J. Trump because Trump was Trump? And a platform doesn't mean anything, even when I have a platform. There you go. Okay, Rich, I didn't know who the hell I was until many of you didn't know who the hell I was until the election. Probably the vast majority. Yet I've been on, had at that point already been on TV for decades. Coast to Coast Radio with 770 affiliates, Discovery Channel, History Channel, Science Channel, you name it. You find people how you find people. There you go. Trump was Trump. That's why she voted for him, because Trump was Trump. So I'm not sure I agree with that one sentiment. I'll stay on this one. I won't go back. Republican Party. Right? Rotten or neutered? Is the Republican Party broken? Is the Republican Party broken? Or is the Republican Party just neutered. What do you think? Some people saying GOP fake and gay, worthless, ineffective, sold out decades ago. Both uniparty, kid, flockers, zombie Republicans, shattered. Well, no, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. You're correct. Demolished, broken, neutered by choice. Same as a pride parade. Hey, Chuck. Opposed opposition to go to jail for short enlists, I think, are paid well to support a political narrative. There you go. That must be back on Bannon. I happened myself. I think the Republican Party is, dare I say, full of shit. I dared. I do say it. I don't think they're rotten. I don't even think they're neutered. Personally, I think they're doing exactly what they want to do, how they want to do it. And you don't pull off something like this in 2020 in a Republican state without the help of the Republicans. I'll tell you an interesting thing. When the liberals and Arizona lawmakers understand we still have all the audit information, it's no big deal. They go, it's an auditor. When a Republican in Arizona hears, well, he still got all the information, he still does it, they go, oh my God, what? That was supposed to be gone. I think it says a lot. We have a uniparty, folks. We don't have two parties. I think most people agree with that. They're rhinos. They're lazy. They're crap. Many of us, like Harm says, done with all of them. Full of shit. I think we got our definitive view on the Republican Party, don't you? Okay, get ready. This next one's going to be tough, but I want you to listen to how I'm phrasing it. And a few of them are going to get tougher. Okay. Get ready. Satanic cabal. Is there a satanic cabal running the Western world, or is that a rumor? Now, the reason I'm even asking this is one of the things that's trending on X is the Russians talking about the West is under the infiltration of a massive satanic cabal. That's why I'm asking this question. Do you think in play there is a satanic cabal running the Western world, or do you think that is total BS? A lot of you are saying, hell, it's the whole earth, or 1,000%. I believe so. I agree with Russia. I would have never, at Montana, you're right. It's the only explanation that of this craziness. I do think demons run us. I do, right? Lee, I haven't watched the Fall of the Cabal series. I'll try to look into it. Many have believed they are. Right, look at the Super Bowl shit and the stars. Right? But let me ask you a question. Does this mean there's a West and an East and a North and a South cabal? Are they competing factions? And yes, you're right. We live in Satan's realm. And yes, right smack in the middle of this is the bullshit of Islam. You're right. I also, too, think Satan's having a field day. Like, kind of, no shit, man. But you're right. We live in Satan's domain. All sides, I believe, are corrupted. It's all over the place. Right? Tool for blackmail, sex, money, fame, powerful thing. They get you in. They get you cornered. Right? You're right. Satan's not hiding. Satan's spitting and laughing in our face. It's the entire world. And, in fact, they are after us. No doubt. Big question. I knew it would be. I knew it would be. I want to tell you, though, it's scarier, right? It's scarier when you just deal with somebody who's evil. That's pretty scary, right? But if we make the leap just from evil, bad, horrible, whatever, right? If we make the leap evil like a serial killer, like an Ed Gein or something like that, and we add that little bit that they are believing they are empowered or under the power of Satan, and then you understand Satan's always been around, Lucifer, and you understand even from the biblical standpoint, I think it gets a little scarier because then it's evil people who believe they have supernatural powers and are empowered by the all-empowering evil. I think that's even scarier myself. Don't know about you. What we're doing, folks, is we're doing 10 questions. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you think on these topics. I'll put your, right? Whatever you say on the screen and stuff, I can pop it up. Get ready. Here's the next one. Pam Bondi. Again, I get all of these from what's going on Twitter. I'm watching my Twitter. I'm watching what people are talking about. Pam Bondi. Worthless or terrified? Worthless or terrified? I know you are saying, do your job. Everybody's saying, do your freaking job. Is she worthless? Or is she terrified? And you're right, she can't tell you who she's investigating. She can't tell you who she's investigating. It's stupid to even ask that, but they do. But most of you, look, I want your personal opinions. If you dig her stuff, great. Some people are waiting. Is she going to strike at the right time? Eric's upset because she's a scam blondie. Oh, I get it. Play on the name instead of Pam Bondi, scam blondie. I got it. Took me a minute. Duh. What is she? Half snake? Tube steak? I don't know. What is she? Frank says he's got an unpopular opinion. Let her cook. Taking down a 1,000-year-old cabal doesn't happen overnight. You're right. Some are saying that Trump wants her to help keep peace. Gail says, look, I faced her off in court. She was supporting the system. That's definitely a personal opinion. There you go. But this is a big one. I sense, for me, what I sense is going on is people are fed up with Pam Bondi. We're into the second year of the administration. No indication of anything. Yes, they could be playing it close to the vest. None of us know. Come on. None of us know. None of us know. Yes, very close with Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles Still runs a lot of pharma stuff, big pharmacy stuff. So did Pam Bondi. They're close. I know that. But does that, what is it? Great looking woman. Right? I've never met her. I've never met her. But I don't know anything. Right? Craig says, maybe I don't pay attention to many things I cannot control, but I understand people want action and theater is stupid. You better believe it. And there's this shit of who we are today. Nobody's patient. Nobody's patient. Some says too young and immature. I'm not sure about that. She's got some prosecutorial time underneath her. I don't know. Debbie says she only trusts me and Donald J. Trump. Thank you. I could see Sidney Powell in that position. Yeah, she's 60. Looks great, huh? Everybody should look that good when they're 60. Right? It's Pam Bondi 60. Hang on. Let's see if Pam Bondi is. Uh, 60, I'm asking. Yes, Pam Bondi is 60, born November 17th, 1965. Good for her. But the question is, are we seeing somebody who's just worthless or terrified? What is it? Glitch Glam Ferry says she worked alongside Obama's DOJ. Thinks she's a system girl. She was one of the ones long ago that I understand was involved in Epstein and did not do much about it. Some are saying she's had a lot of facial work. Well, happens when you're hot blonde. You get a lot of stuff for your face. I don't know. Who knows? Robbie says she's compromised Barbie. Some of you are saying she is, let me see if I can go up a little bigger. Somebody's saying she's not gonna attempt any action she can't win. For me, you either think you can win it and you go after it or not. Okay, here's your next one. I want you to be honest. Again, where do I get these questions? They come from what's going on Twitter, what I'm watching you talk about. And that's what I want to know. I'm watching what other people talk about, what people go back and forth over. You ready? Here it is. It's starting up. President Trump. Is President Trump in on this? Or is he just being deeply sabotaged? I know that's a tough question. I'm not afraid to ask the tough question. I'm watching it pop up. I'm watching them get called out in a whole different way. Is President Trump in on it? Or is he sabotaged? I know personally, in many ways, he's sabotaged. Right? Promethean action. The president is rebuilding the American system. Goes back to that satanic cabal stuff. Tough, but you're not going to undo it instantly. Many of you are saying sabotage. The reason I ask this is like 79 Bird says, they're starting to wonder. Now you understand why I'm asking this question. People are starting to ask that question. I'm watching people with power who have always loved President Trump asking that question. You got to admit, I don't think anybody else could do it. Many are saying he's sabotaged. And you say, why the fuck is he not listening to us? I know he's listening. The difference is between getting things done. Trump is not going to run in 2028. Not going to happen, just letting you know. And yes, the swamp is deeper and wider and shittier and stinkier than it. I don't know. Where somebody said, according to Mike Davis, the indictments are coming in for the Florida deep staters. Navigating a minefield, he's cleaning house, doesn't care about feelings, which is good. Trump is our only and last hope. You got a lot of comments on this. You're right. He's surrounded by snakes. Many are trying to sabotage him. You're right. We're going to find out for sure in 3 years, aren't we? Frank says, I trust Trump bigly. Trump forever is a real thing with the Board of Peace. Right? Slow and steady. I can tell you President Trump knows far more than he lets on. President Trump is far more in the trenches than you could ever imagine. He's on it. I can tell you that. And I know it's tough, but that's why I'm asking it. You're saying, arrest the entire DNC leadership for terrorism and treason. Fucking throw in the GMP. Good question. How long did it take for Jesus to finish his work? Not necessarily a great analogy, but it's been in the works for a couple thousand years. There you go. I'll leave it with this one because this is true. President Trump's work means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing if we don't learn our responsibilities as Americans. Amen, brother. But I know stuff like that, Craig. I know stuff like that comes from you all the time because I know you're in the trenches actually fighting this in real time. Okay. Next one, I'm going to do a little bit of context on this one. I'm going to show you a slide first. Then I'm going to give you a little background information. Then I'm going to show you a slide again. The question is, Alex Jones, is he a prophet or puppet? Now, let me tell you why I'm asking this. Alex Jones the other day came out with the following. We will not win the midterms. I've told you that. Writing's on the wall for many of us. But Alex Jones said, we will not win the midterms. I've told you that. They will again impeach Trump. I told you that. And that they're going to work to incarcerate Trump and they'll be able to do it. But Alex Jones just recently added, we'll lose the midterms. They will impeach President Trump and find him guilty. And then President Trump will have a stroke and die because they poisoned him. Now, I don't know if you saw that. He has said in the last few days, we will lose the midterms. They will begin impeachment proceedings. President Trump will lose. But then President Trump will die of a stroke because he has been poisoned. Now, this can be taken one or two ways. Some can say it's an instigator. Some can say controlled opposition. Helen, I'm with you. I worry about this statement. What Helen means here is in another Bernie is how Bernie came out in October of 2020 telling us the vote will stop counts. Here will be the states, will be the mail-in ballots. You'll think Trump have won. Then you're going to find out it's really Biden. Trump's not going to leave the White House, blah, 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 blah. I know it sounds like BS, but I'm not putting it in the BS category. Now, I want to take one statement. I want to run this to ground because it's worthy. Robbie said, Alex put out what he thinks the deep state will do to prevent it. You didn't hear what I said. The deep state wants to prevent Trump from operating. I told you they're going to win the midterms, so that's not it. The deep state wants President Trump indicted again, brought up on impeachment again. I told you, I think that's going to happen. The deep state wants Trump to be indicted and go away. And I'm telling you, and this indictment's going to be worse and they're going to find stuff. What Alex added to it is that after all that, then Trump will die of a stroke because of poison. Now, I got to go back to your question there. Why would they do that after the fact? Yes, anything's possible. We're dealing with satanic thing. But I got to tell you something here. Evil must tell you what they're going to do. They must always tell you their plan. And it's when, look, you think Biden just made a fumbling, dumbass statement, the largest fraud organization ever organized. No, you don't get it. They must say what's going to happen and be done out loud. And that's the law of angels and demons and God and how all the spirituality works. And if people don't hear it and understand what they're doing and push back to prevent it, then I'm saying this one concerns me. Now, on that one statement only, that President Trump will die of a stroke because he's been poisoned over it, what do you think of that singular statement being uttered by Alex Jones? What do you think? Some say maybe it's trying to preempt the movie. Don't know. Some say maybe it's an instigator. Give somebody an idea. Manifesting. Yeah, you don't repeat that stuff. I'll tell you an interesting story. True story. You've seen me talk about, time that y'all saw me on History Channel's longest running, most successful series, which is The Curse of Oak Island. And of course, the producers came to me and my team and said, hey, help us figure this out and understand really how to do this. So we came in for season 2, did the whole season, taught the people, taught the crew, taught the producers. Here's real exploration. Here's what you do. Now, I always called out the producers of Curse of Oak Island because the thing you've heard on History Channel, for those that watch it, you've heard a 7th must die before the treasure is revealed. A 7th must die. And, they're milking the shit out of that series. And I'll tell you that in a minute, too. A seventh must die in order for the treasure to be real. So you understand the backstory. Curse of Oak Island's been around forever, hundreds of years. Some brothers finally bought 50% of it, and they decided, okay, we'll do a series. History Channel's talked them into it. History Channel went in, shot a season, 6 episodes, only 5 aired. And they knew that people were fascinated with this story, but they had no idea, how do you really execute something like this? What do you do when you bring real expertise to it? And so they reached out to my team. I have the only terrestrial team in the world, meaning our work's on land. And when there's water involved, it's on land. It's not ocean stuff, whole different category. And so I agreed to come in for the producers. I'll teach your production team. I'll bring in the right tools and expertise. I'll bring in the tools of the trade and exploration. And we'll chart a new course other than walking around looking for bits of woods on a beach. That was my duty to the series. And so, I brought in my dive team. We got into 10X for the first time. I brought into the Titanic team for scanning, all this other stuff. And here's how you plot these things out and read them. So I took them off island for the first time. I took them to look at petroglyphs and hieroglyphics that are there, all kinds of stuff. But I always had a problem with when a seventh dies, the treasure will be revealed because it exists nowhere. It's TV bullshit. It's TV bullshit. And I told Kevin, the great, fantastic producer of the series, who has also now since died, I said, this is shit, and you're breathing this into being. And I'm putting my people in this hole, right? The producers made it up. Total made up. And I said, I want you to understand, when you breathe these things into being and you get millions of people talking about it, you're going to open a door you can't fucking close. He would never walk it back. It became too important to the mythology. And then it happened in fast succession. Craig Tester, the third partner with the brothers, his precious 16-year-old son died in his sleep. I spent a lot of time with his son. There on the island, young kid, eager to learn, experience of his life, participating in this thing. His young son died in his sleep, 16 years old. Fit, great looking, smart kid, dead. Then you're assigned producers when you do stuff. The producer we're assigned, Matt, again, great kid. Really, it's the history television show Curse of Oak Island, and the curse is bullshit. That seventh must die. Well, I just told you about the seventh must die. Matt, one of our great producers, hand in hand. We're supposed to film on island, and we're going to get access to information that has never been had before. And this comes from Pirate Treasure Curse Shed. They just tied it all together. Matt didn't show up to get this really old document, which is uncharacteristic of Matt. do a welfare check on Matt at his home. He's on his knees in a praying position on his couch, dead. The two older fellows have died. That's added more. Even more had died. But those are the first two. And I had a material issue with it. You don't put things, and we're talking about Alex Jones, you don't put things like that out into the world and just think it has no power. But when you came up with this absolute fabricated tale that 7 must die in order for the island treasure to be revealed, just because 6 people died before us before we went into the money pit and finally went in and saw it down there. You don't make up shit like that. But more importantly, it's you just don't do that shit. Because words matter and words have energy. I'll tell you one more quick story on this one. And this has to do with my ethic and my stuff. When I agreed to do the Curse of Oak Island, just like doing my audit, number one, our work is our work. I own it. You don't. You cannot stop me from talking about what we discover, because this is what we do professionally. You may choose to use it or not on the program, but you can't stop it. I told them up front what Oak Island really was, how it worked to history. It's incredibly important to the history of North America. Everything. It's all the Americas. And one of the first times you see me before we go into the field and, do what we do, put our lives at risk, we sat down for about 8 hours, right? 8 hours. And I'm taking them through a history of Oak Island going back to ancient Mesopotamia. So over 8 hours, I'm taking them on this journey, DNA, language, right? Symbology, etc. I'm taking them on this entire history coming this way. Now, you'll recognize this because one of the things media said about me was he was a failed treasure hunter who used to look for the Ark of the Covenant. Again, total bullshit. Total bullshit. And so if any of you ever go back and watch the series and you watch where you do hear me say the Ark of the Covenant, you got to watch the television screen behind my head. Right? Because each time the camera cuts back and forth, you see that screen change. And what you're looking at on the screens, I'm taking them through ancient Proto-Canaanite Berber, and I'm showing them ancient Carthaginian coins that were found in Nova Scotia right up from the island. And I'm giving them this information. Part of that is a story that begins, ironically, with Imhotep, comes all the way through to the founding of Scotland, and Nova Scotia is New Scotland. And I'm taking them through everything, right? I'm recovering from where I lost my voice for a while, Marilyn. Anyway, so I'm taking them through it. Part of the story is telling them, how does all of this relate biblically? And the way they relate biblically, and you can go research this on your own, is by a thing called the Stone of Destiny. Now, you know the Stone of Destiny. Most people just don't know what it is. Well, if you were to look at the kings and queens of England, Scotland, etc., and you look in the base of their throne, there is a stone there. A big stone, right? That stone is the Stone of Destiny. that stone is the stone that Jacob laid his head on to sleep when he dreamed of Jacob's ladder and saw the angels going up and down the ladders into heaven and back. It's a very important stone. Well, that stone was always kept with the Ark of the Covenant. So I'm showing them through all of this. Here's the Proto-Canaanite. Here's how it comes into Berber. Here's how it ties to ancient Libya. Here's where Jeremiah, remember, Jeremiah was told by God the second temple is going to fall, and you've got to go take the holy relics and hide them. What I'm doing is I'm telling the story of Jeremiah. And I'm doing it by showing these ancient relics. And I'm saying, and I show them in Scotland, there is a stone which is an exact duplicate of the Ark of the Covenant. Most people never talk about it. And when you sit on the stone and look out the ocean, you're looking directly across, if you could see it, you can't, at Nova Scotia. And I'm explaining how all of this ties together. And so, in that little bitty clip that the History Channel used, because we turned the show into a massive hit by really bringing true national treasure skills to it, and I'm showing them stuff they had no idea of, they decided that when I mentioned Ark of the Covenant, and I'm telling the history of Jeremiah, the one that wasn't a bullfrog, and all the ancient pharaonic ties, and he left with the Pharaoh's daughters. One of the daughters was Scotia, and I'm explaining all of this and how all of this came about over a history of a few thousand years. Well, they took that piece where my mouth uttered the Ark of the Covenant, where Dan had asked me, what do you think's down here? Well, they took where I'm saying in a previous thing, the Ark of the, and like I just told you with the stone, that stone is an exact replica of the Ark of the Covenant. Well, they took that clip and they butted it up. That's what the news calls me a failed, or not the news, but media bullshit calls me failed treasure hunter who looked for the Ark of the Covenant. That is where it comes from. You can see it for yourself. You just got to understand to look at it. Just you got to watch the screen behind our heads, and you're seeing that change in rapid succession because you're seeing an 8-hour meeting condensed down to a 1-minute soundbite via editing. Anyway, the reason I tell you this, for me, has a direct correlation to my forensic work. Remember, I was forensic historian. Now, you know, I'm a forensic researcher. That's where all my patents come from, right? And now I'm doing this part of it. The reason I tell you that is because it's one of the sobering lessons I had to learn about all of this bullshit politics stuff. So to me, it was important as a historian. Remember, I've written several hundred history books. Most people don't even know that about lost treasures, lost histories. Hundreds of books. And so for me to get a chance to participate in something that was several hundred years old that nobody could solve, and I actually had rock solid information on, which, by the way, they just released a new stone found in ancient Israel, telling old biblical stories, and contains 3 of the symbols you'll find on the Oak Island stone. But anyway, I digress. So that's why I did it. It's a part of history. That's, you know, John Wayne was there, Errol Flynn, right? The Astors, right? All these. So I'm going to put myself in history. I'm fucking game. I'm there. If I can help in any way, I'm in. Before it was a challenge I couldn't resist. Look, you got this island that nobody solved. It finally becomes a television show. It's great to history. There's been tons of books written about it. And they know that television fans are going to love this. They shot a show and they can see there's life here. They just don't know what to do with it. Well, I'm the guy that got the fucking call. Nobody else. I got the call. Anyway, the night before the season 2 premieres, I get a call from the producer, Kevin, and he says, we cannot thank you enough for how much you've taught us and taught the team and really how to look at this and how to do it so we're not walking around, I think it's a stick, sniffing. But then he said, but I want to let you know, as a production company, and he knew, I told him, Oak Island's very ancient, has a lot of history. But the one thing he made sure to tell me, he says, when you see yourself, don't be alarmed. He said, when you see yourself, you're going to hear things that are not as you said them. And I said, what do you mean? He says, I want you to understand, as a producer, we only have one goal. And that's to get to 100 episodes. Most shows, it's like 1 out of 500, maybe 2 out of 500 will ever get to season 2. Right? For me, in my episodes, I'm batting 1,000. Series I developed, all went on. So, you're talking 1 or 2 out of 500 ever get to season 2. So he says, as producers, my job is to get to 100 episodes. And I just want you to understand that. And that's where we ultimately had the parting of ways. Their job is viewers and my job is history. And I'm trying to tell them, fuck this treasure legend. This is the most important archaeological find ever found in the Americas. And it opens so much more than you can ever imagine. And that's what we parted ways over. Because I take the scans and I remember being in Traverse City and we made a 3D full-scale rendering of what we found below, and it's a fucking sarcophagus. It's laid out, like on the tables, and say, you're either going to cover the truth or I can't do it. They said, well, if we ask you, if we're not going to cover it and we say we're not going to talk about it, you're going to sue us. And I told Rick and Marty, I'm not going to sue you. That'd be stupid. But I'm also not going to do this TV shit. You're in a different realm than I. So we parted ways, which is fine. Scan crew that I brought in stayed behind and did other stuff. The reason I tell you that part of it, and we got on this because of Alex Jones saying that we're going to lose the midterms, they're going to impeach Trump, they're going to find him guilty, and then Alex Jones went on to say that President Trump is going to have a stroke and die because he was poisoned. And I'm talking about, you never say that stuff, which led me to Curse of Oak Island, and the seventh must die, and the treasure will be found, is total fabricated bullshit. But in my book, it ended up killing other people because you do that. And so I give you that because I learned the same thing in politics. I am hardcore. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, and here it fucking is. In everything I do. I don't want to bend this way to get viewers. I don't want to bend this way to raise more money. I don't want to bend that way to extend it. The truth is what the truth is. I've always been that way. And so I learned hard in television stuff. They needed me more than I needed them. But if you're not really going to tell the truth, I'm not here to be on reality TV. I fucking spent years on TV. I don't need to be on TV or be some reality TV star. That's not what I do. So we go here, and telling you that is, this political world's the same. You can be an absolute warrior for truth and fight for truth. But in politics, they too are chasing the same three things: popularity, eyeballs, and money. It's the same thing, no difference. It's the TV business all fucking over again. And the TV business doesn't want truth. And here's why. It's how the producer described it to me. He says, Jovan, we know what your team found. We know what this means. And we thank you for that. He says, but our job, if somebody thinks Bigfoot did it, the Freemasons did it, the Templars did it, the Spanish did it, the Aztec did it, we have to cover every one because we're trying to bring them all into the fold. We don't want an answer. He said, because the answer, very simply, and he says, I know you understand this, the answer means the end of the program. And that's not our job. When it comes to elections, answers mean the end of bad elections. Somebody asked me, Jovan, wouldn't you want to be on The Bachelor? Fuck no. How fucking stupid is it to think you can meet somebody on a TV show, 90 Day Fiance, and that's the love of your life? I'd fuck them all and give them a test ride, but I certainly wouldn't fucking marry one. Are you kidding? So the answers mean no episodes. Oh man, boatloads. I did the math on the boatloads of the fucking corn that the corn plugs the holes. What a bunch of stupid fucking shit, Joe. Joe, I remember you from back then. You understand? Fucking A. Everybody now knows, and I just wanted to expose it. At the bottom of Oak Island are the PCAPs. They just don't want it to come out. Let's move on. Enough fucking wasted time on that. We were talking about Alex Jones. Was he a prophet or a puppet? But he says President Trump is going to be assassinated. We got on it. I just don't, for views or not, you don't fucking speak that shit out loud. Now, maybe some people will consider it preemptive, but if you really believe it, you're working with the fucking president and Secret Service and you're making sure it doesn't happen. You're not fucking putting it out on the airways. Here's your next one. Ready? Scott Pressler. Is he productive or just a paid shill? Now, what we're doing, folks, is I'm asking 10 questions that we're following on Twitter. And you're answering questions. Right? Great hair. Right? But is Scott Pressler productive or a paid shill? Ready? Okay. I have a little bit of history with Scott Pressler. Way back. Trump won. So it started pre-Trump won. No, we didn't date. 5-10 minutes apart. Wasn't a date. That's not a date. Stupid ass question. Okay. So my first interaction with Scott Pressler was he probably had, 30,000 followers on Twitter. I had several times that back then, old previous account, not this account. And I reached out to Scott and I said, Scott, you're a conservative. I'm a conservative. How in the fuck did Twitter blue shield your account? Because see, remember back then, Twitter would vet you. Twitter would say, okay, Twitter would this. And I'm going, that's the fucking belly of the beast. How in the fuck did you get a blue shield? I go, it doesn't matter how much I try to dialogue with Twitter. And they say a shield is for a known person. It's just kind of like your Wikipedia. It's a known person in society. And I'm going, you can study my work at over 160 universities, have 500 patents. I've written several hundred books. I've been all over TV, ABC, NBC, CBS, all of these. And I can't fucking get a blue shield. And what he said was he had somebody help him out. I never really paid attention to it. But I'm battling back then. I'm in the 100,000+ followers, and he's got a blue shield with such a far account. Just like, and I knew it was a rig because you could see people back then with blue shields that had 100 followers. But they were just a liberal shill, spitting out liberal shit, and they would just hand out the blue shield to validate him. So I'm going, why the fuck is Scott validated? Jump forward. We're in administration 1. I am in DC. I just left the Trump hotel. We're over at basically Trump Inc., meaning presidential campaign office, etc. before in. And they were having a problem inside internally. And they really wanted somebody who could be President Trump's right hand. I saw this kid, Scott Pressler, out there fucking kicking ass. I got asked, who would you recommend be President Trump's campaign here? Well, right there, assistant that President Trump could trust. I actually recommended Scott. Now, I naively thought for a long time that, and I wasn't ignored, but this was, I originally thought for a very long time that they ignored Scott just because he was gay, which I thought was stupid, right? Who gives a shit that he belongs in a pink palm dress and, ponytails? He does a good job. And you want somebody fighting for the cause. But I made that recommendation, and man, it died as fast as it happened. I thought it was just because he was gay. I now know they knew because of Scott's father, who is a GOP operative and mover, what was going on. I didn't. I was out of the loop. I was trusting. So I now know, looking back with hindsight, why they didn't consider my recommendation. I was following somebody who I felt was effective. I've had tons of gay people work for me. I don't give a shit about that. You do your fucking job. You do it to top notch. I don't give a shit about any of that. We just make this work. Anyway, that's my little thing of Pressler. So what is he? Is he a shill? Is he productive? Many of you now, as time goes by, and I kind of believe this a bit myself, he's a paid shill. And when you really look at it, here is the president. I'm telling the president, fucking get rid of mail-in ballots. And the GOP is paying Scott an ungodly amount to telling them, no, bank your vote. And bank your vote is early voting and paid ballot. I think when I look at it, that he was marched around. Yeah, I couldn't fucking get a blue shield back then. I've been almost on every major news program in the country, and every major city newspaper, almost every major magazine. 160 universities right in my work. They actively try to scrub this now all over. And back then, I couldn't get a blue shield. Scott did. I now realize there's just a lot I was naive to. Right? And yes, he should donate his hair to cancer patients. That'd be a nobler deed. Maybe he just thinks the bob doesn't go with his dress. I don't know. And yes, President Trump stopped. I said, this is the shill. Directly to the president, I called him out for it. And he stopped. GOP still pulled tons into it and stuck to the script. So what do you think? Shill or productive? Shill or productive? I think all of that was a script. Every bit of it. Right? Every bit of it. That's my take on it. Here's the next one. You ready? What we're doing is 10 things. These are tending to be trending on Twitter. I'm watching people's dialogue. And yeah, Pressler made a ton of fucking money. Most of you agreeing it's shill. Anyway, ready? Boom. Candace Owens. Correct or corrupt? Did I spell corrupt right? Yeah, I think. Correct or corrupt? What do you think about Candace? What is she? What is she? Correct or corrupt? I'm getting all kinds of things. Lunatic, crazy, psycho killer, clueless, mental case. She's lost her marbles. Bought and paid for, corrupt, demon possessed, click core Candace. Candace nuts. She likes to scream. Some said a crusader. Conductor on the retard hype train. Some say worth listening to. A Black Valley girl. She's cute as a button. Click core Candace, lost. Butthurt, Charlie Kirk didn't marry her. Corrupt, crazy. Data scraper Candace. Candace gone wild. She's a cute girl. I liked her. I thought she was the bomb. I thought she was smart and buttoned up. I bet she'd be fun. Naked. I told you I always tell you the truth. But man, I'm sorry, but something's wrong. Something happened. Something happened. It's not even news, and it's not even newsworthy. It's not even from an investigative standpoint indicative of anything, but some of the stuff she's saying. Wow. And so most people are saying she's lost her marble. It's just like me. I liked her at first, right? She went down the Jew hate road. She's found a track that makes her money. She's sticking in it. And I do believe, like Wampa Panog, they self-promoters. They throw shit out there, see what sticks. If it sticks, they run with it as long as they can. But for me, something happened. And I felt that she would have been very good to the party. And I think the party used the shit out of her, but it was the party that wants chaos, not the party that wants to win. Sailor Linda says, I like that she's asking questions. Okay. Let's see if I can find this. I think I have it. Hang on. Somebody posted that, you're just not telling the truth, Jovan. You're a smart guy, but I can't believe it that you're saying Candace was wrong, because think about it. Erica Kurt, now all of a sudden with no background, she has a CEO. And so I said to the person on Twitter, which is where these questions come from, which is exactly where this one comes from, because I engaged in that dialogue, he thought I was bad. And yes, we should always ask questions. But, you don't say like, when was it that Trump raped that little kid? You don't do bullshit like that. There's no answer to that. Come on. But here's what I said. He says, she just took over. That was her plan. She infiltrated Charlie. And I'm paraphrasing, blah, blah, blah. And I'm adding the tone because it was Twitter. And he says, it's not right, nothing that up. And I said, do you not understand that Turning Point USA is a private organization owned by Charlie Kirk? And I said, she's the heir. She's the heir. And in the heir, she took over control as CEO. I said, it happens. There's nothing about that. It goes to the family. He doesn't have any aged kids in it or brothers and sisters that wouldn't do it. So that's it. Then he came back and said, well, I appreciate you responding, but it's not typical when somebody dies for just a spouse, a wife, to take over the company or whatever, or politics. It's not typical. So, you know me, I wrote back and I said, okay, you're saying it's not typical for the spouse to take over. I said, but what do you say to these? I said, if you look at the Bissell Corporation, it happened there when the spouse died. It happened at the Washington Post. Happened for the Tootsie Roll with the Gordons. And it's a known fact it happened with Turning Point USA. I said, how can you deny that? And it's a private organization. I said, but if you're just thinking it's politics. I said, you don't know your history. Pop quiz. How many times has a spouse in politics? And yes, Erica's been involved in Turning Point ever since she's been with Charlie. And they did it on Landman. See, you're right. It happens. But do you know how many times it's happened in politics? How many times in politics has a spouse stepped in to complete, take over, or continue a deceased spouse's term? Do you know that? Lots in politics, a lot more. It's happened 8 in the U.S. Senate, 40 times in the U.S. House of Representatives. That was 48 women that did that took those seats. 45 women in history have directly succeeded their husbands. I said it happens even more in politics. But again, people are all over this. You're not getting Fred out. She's asking questions. There's no way Erica should have got in. Anybody can ask a question. Anybody can say, well, it's not normal for a wife to take over a multi-million-dollar organization. Yeah, even Dr. Jill took over for Biden. Turning Point USA was wildly successful, but when Charlie died, the funding floodgates opened. To try to say that Erica did that so she could get a hold of it is stupid. Totally stupid. But again, people don't check history. They just don't check their history. Here's your next one. You ready? 2 more. These are 10 questions that I'm watching dialogues going on Twitter. So I want to ask you, what do you think's going on? You ready? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is she brave or is she outed? I'm going to go back. Montana says, apparently some videos come up where Erica supposedly felt put down by Charlie Kirk about him about him being the head of the household, talking about him being the head of the household. Send me the video. Don't tell me what somebody told you. Send me the video. Let's look at it. Let's see what we get it from it. But there's a difference between somebody telling you there is video and there is video. But come on. Candace's new thing is she can confirm Charlie was killed because Charlie's toddler woke up at 2:45 in the morning and wanted a snack and made a loud noise. I kid you not. Okay. Brave or outed for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Some of you are saying there's something wacky about it. It is. Joe said he used to have the hots for MTG. Most people say outed. Laura says outed. Gail says a quitter. Bad temper tantrum. Outed and butthurt. That's two different things. I think there could be a butthurt part of this, right? What is it? Most of you are saying she went off the reservation. It's kind of a common theme. Outed as a backstabber. She's fake, wanted illegals to make money off her company, wants to be president or being told to run. Who knows? She's outed. Went off the reservation. Got her pension. I'm not sure she got her pension. I'm not sure she was there long enough, but I could be wrong. Never liked her, gold digger, outed. What the fuck? You can bounce a quarter off her butt. Yeah, but can you catch it in your teeth, between your teeth on the bounce as it comes back up? Marjorie Taylor Greene was only for Marjorie Taylor Greene. What do you think? Some say she gave up too easily. Yes, it appears her butt hurt might come from her butt buddy McCarthy, who is her boyfriend, right? Who knows? I don't know. Some are saying, I like this one. Let's not tell the Dems, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is infiltrating the left, earning trust, and as a patriot, I can't wait to see how this plays out. Interesting. I quite quintessentially agree with the quota that we need to get. Yeah. Oh, shit. You probably caused a shit storm on that one. It's going to be the new Q drop. Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a Frank Lutz buddy too. Well, Frank Lutz wouldn't be butt buddies with her, but other dudes, but they're buddies. And I saw that Lutz was named in the Epstein stuff. I don't know. Did I read that wrong? I don't know. Who knows? Some are saying I thought she was on the left, or she was on the left. Now she's returning to him. Don't know. But this is what people are talking about. She got butt hurt. Jovan has yelled at me plenty of times, but I'm still here. It's only because those Finnish chicks can take it that way. And that's why I love you so much. Unnerves me when the dogs watch, but it's okay. If that's your kink, I thought it was just me, but hey, I'm down with whatever makes the Finnish chick hot. Last one. You ready? What I've been doing is been doing the 10 questions. Montana's been. You got to understand. You see her clapping here. It's only because she has the ability with her fine ass to butt clap. That was her in the video I used to play. But don't tell anybody. Okay. Ready? Last one. 10 questions going on. Those Finnish chicks. I got distracted. Ready? Mike Lindell. Is he the new political talent, or is he a paid prop? Is he the new political talent or paid prop? salesman, paid prop, paid prop, paid prop. ADHD op. Where's the money? Finn, are you talking? I left it on your dresser. I showed you where I put it right under the fucking little perfume bottle. Oh, sorry. Legend in his own mind. Paid prop. Paid to derail us. Can't stand him. Schmuck. Paid puppet. Perfect politician. You could say that. Paid prop. It's interesting. I think people, in my opinion, Mike's a fool. First ex-crackhead millionaire I never heard of. Brain is scrambled. Lindell's a pain diva. Finest geese of cotton. PCAP godfather. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. It's the machines. Like to know where he's hiding the money. Gullible. Cocaine bear. CIA has a photo of him with a dead hooker. Grabbed out of rehab to deceive the masses. Mike's a traitor. Oh, fuck us in Minnesota. Liar. Did I hear Giuliani bring up Jovan's name in an interview? If he did, send it to me. I don't know. What is it? Man, I've had a tough one. I, in my mind, protected Michael Liddell in many ways when I knew things were kind of going wrong. I just have to tell you, you don't tell the world you have all the voting data and how it was switched to foreign countries, and here all it is, and you got it all, and lawmakers are going to sit here and they can take it back to their teams for 300 some odd whatever, counties, and then keep on raising money, keep on raising money, keep on raising money, keep on raising money, keep on raising money. And then when you get to court, trial jury say you never had it. I don't get that. I don't get how somebody could be gullible to pay a highly questionable ex-CIA asset millions of dollars for the information. Mike never paid attention to any of us telling him that Dennis Montgomery was a rat bastard and this was crap. He never did it. Of course, he's got his great relationship with Bannon. Bannon makes a shitload of money off of Mike. Mike makes a shitload of money off of Bannon. But I don't know how Mike escapes it. Mike does have the support of the people. But again, I'm very pragmatic about this. How we have politicians that lie to us. I think we can all agree on that. But they usually, we don't know they're liars until they get in. Now, with this PCAP stuff, and I know a lot of you give him an excuse, say he was naive. Okay, I'm past that now. I don't think anybody can be that naive. But it's okay. But we're talking in politics. If he's the rising political star, great. A lot of people are riding their blow the whistles, blow Antifa, sneak in this, do that, PCAPs. A lot of people are trying to ride it to governorships. But here's my question. If we absolutely know that we do not fucking want politicians that will continually fucking lie to us, and it's all about just campaign money and shit, then what are you thinking about somebody who lied about the PCAPs? Many people are saying he's going to be rewarded the governorship for what he did. But let me go to the other one. A lot of people say Mike was naive and he was conned. It was a CIA operation. Mike was naive and he was conned. Okay, let's just take that one. Do you want a fucking governor that the CIA can run an operation on? Do you want a fucking governor that's naive? Think about that. There's no way to clean any of that up, which tells me uniparty shit. Don't just think that Democrats sucked billions out of Minnesota. Fucking GOP had its hand in well. So why is this, oh, Mike's naive, Mike's too trusting, Mike's this? Why isn't it, okay, we know this was a lie and he told it raised a ton of money. Maybe he wasn't naive and he's getting rewarded with a governorship. Wow. Do you ever think about that? What if that's it? Yeah, why would you elect a governor that never produced any evidence, right? Never. I have a problem with that one. And I'm watching. I've done one with Matt Gaetz before, by the way. We'll do more of these. I'm only taking kind of what's trending right now. Minnesota needs help. God bless Mike Lindell fighting his ass off. But I'm telling you, I personally cannot get past his team that sabotaged the PCAPs, his crap that told everybody it's the machines, me going all the way to sit down with President Trump saying, and President Trump said, well, I can get rid of the voter rolls and this and this and this. And behind him, well, we're told don't mess with the voter rolls because it's sweeping a dirt floor. And it's Mike Lindell's team that have told Susie Wild, President's right hand, this. That's just too much for me. That's too much. And damn, I want to give Mike the benefit of the doubt. But I'm telling you, it's too fucking much. You cannot write millions of checks, millions of dollars in checks to a fucking CIA asset who never delivered. And the only proof he ever brought was other people like Lone Raccoon. Yeah, I sat down with Mr. Montgomery, met him myself, looked through it all, and it's all valid. You can't look up the fact for me that his fucking team went looking for Tina Peters. Do you think it's serendipity that they got a fucking gold star mom? I don't. I just don't buy it. Then to get into court, there's no PCAPs. Every fucking person in the world gets fucking sued, including him, billion-dollar suits, because of Joe Altman saying, I infiltrated an Antifa call, and they said they were going to do it. It set up everybody. Every conservative news organization got sued. Billions of dollars of lawsuits. Billions. Billions paid in restitution, and Mike makes that guy his second in command. Gives him control of everything. Does that make any sense to you? Did Mike Lindell win a court case? No, he got fined. Is that a win? Did they present anything in court that showed any of the stuff? No. No. I got Eric Coomer on the stand. We're going to expose it all. Okay, Mr. Lindell, how many expert witnesses are you going to bring in? We're not going to present any evidence, Your Honor. They're trying to tell you that they can't show the PCAPs because it's protected by a government order from 2007. How does that work? How does that work? I just have a question. How does that work? And when you put all of these together, the very people that say, don't clean the voter rolls, Mike's people, what, 5, 6 organizations across the country were fixing this? Mike's behind them all. Sit in the president's office. We got to get rid of these voter rolls. Here it is. Well, Lindell team tell us not to do it. No PCAPs, nothing for any senators, anybody to take back. None. Admission in court. Promotes the guy that got everybody sued, makes him second in fucking command. They made millions off the stock. Millions. But they're all broke. What am I missing? Y'all know how long I struggled with all of this, but what am I missing? So with that said, these are the things. These are the 10 things that are kind of trending up now. I'm going to let you have the last word, put it on screen. What is it? What have we seen in all of this stuff? Is the theater really this much of a theater? Are we really all just this behind the 8 ball? Right? Are we really this gullible? Yeah, he brings in his math expert to tell you it happened because he looked at the 2010 fucking census. Yeah, imagine that. A proven liar for governor? That's weird. I mean, I tried. I thought too, if Mike felt he had been Hoonweek, he would have come clean. He never has. I don't get it, folks. I don't get it. But I do know one thing. It's fucking chaos theater. And Mike Lindell and his team, and anybody can truly in election integrity can tell you this, sucked all of the money out of the room. Anybody that wanted to support anything in election integrity sucked it out. Why do you even set up 4 or 5 or 6 organizations under different names? Why is that? If I didn't answer any questions, it's because I'm not covering it in this show. I took these 10. I wanted to know your feedback. This was all about your feedback. I appreciate every one of you. We need your help. This stuff about midterms coming is going to kick our ass, folks. Got Georgia. Box is missing, but they're still focusing on other shit. Only one place has got this evidence, folks, and I'm telling you, we need your help. Share this program.
Our courts are based on clear and convincing evidence. Want convictions? Want justice? For what happened in the 2020 election? Then we need your help. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The decision you make in the next few moments could decide whether we ever get our elections fixed or not. Here's why. Trump campaign and allies filed 64 different lawsuits. They all went down in flames. 100% of these cases were presented on "It's the machines," or "The machines changed the votes," or "The voting company executive said he would make sure Donald J. Trump would not win." They all went down in flames. Why? You can't bring theories to court as evidence. No supposed Zoom call or 6-degree polynomial math theory or census data is or ever will be proof of fraud. You can't bring theories to court as evidence. Here's why. In both civil and criminal law, the side making a claim carries the burden of proof, and prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Without physical or otherwise verifiable evidence, a case cannot meet this high threshold. Physical evidence is the key. The question is, did anyone get relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election? And the answer is yes, absolutely. The full forensic audit of Maricopa County, Arizona is the only evidence-gathering work which gathered relevant, reliable, provable, testable, and duplicatable evidence of what really happened in the 2020 general election. Evidence so damning that the system, the deep state, and those who pull the strings of this country have fought to keep it hidden and have hoped to have it be forgotten to time. Almost $3 million invested in time, funds, and efforts to unlock that which the system wanted hidden. But now, that evidence is in danger of being lost forever. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. With the 2026 midterms coming up, the system is going to try to lame duck President Trump and then most likely introduce new impeachment proceedings. This is the evidence which will help win the war which is surely to come. We need to keep Maricopa County full forensic investigation and archives secure and ongoing. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then we need your help. Please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We need your help securing the full forensic audit archives. Don't allow the only testable, objective, and reliable 2020 election evidence fall into obscurity. Millions were spent on getting it documented and tested. This is historic evidence. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County full forensic audit archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence. We can't do it without you. We need you. America needs you. Our future needs you. Please donate now. Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. Please donate now.
And they're not being verified against the roll. See, you can't have a bloated database and then put in measure, well, we're not going to do mail-in ballots because this database is bad. But then have it be at the precincts, well, we'll check your name against the voter rolls for the poll books. See, it corrupts both things. If the voter roll is compromised, the poll books are compromised. If the voter rolls are compromised, the backups are compromised. Do you get it? The poll book is, in fact, the manifestation in the field of the voter rolls. If the voter roll is compromised, the poll book's compromised. If the voter roll is believed to be compromised, every backup of the voter roll will also be considered compromised. But all you have to do on election day, show up, give your ID, right? And as long as you're in your precinct and you're a citizen in there and it can be verified, you vote. So nobody loses their right to vote. That's the first thing you need to understand, okay? Period. Now, the system is saying that if you require people to get their birth certificates, or you require people to come in with their passport, then you will disenfranchise millions of people from voting. Takes a while to get a passport, costs money to get a passport, especially if you want to expedite it, same with getting birth records. And so that's where they're going to fight it. Basically, what you do is you understand when the person comes in and they give their ID, all it does is on the side of the officials have to go through a few extra steps to verify the person prior to counting the vote. Now, why is that key? The law gives you the right, and this is the only right you have, to cast your vote. Did you know that? I exposed that years ago. You have the right to cast a vote. Only one state says that then that vote must be counted. And ironically, that's California. But the actual right you have is to cast your vote. So by allowing everybody to come in and use the standard ID, nobody's impugned because the government, the states and otherwise are faithful to the right you have, and that's the right to cast your vote. And isn't it a shit stick when you realize you actually don't have a right to have it counted? More importantly, you don't have the right to have it counted as it was cast. It's only cast that was defined. And cast means nothing more than you've been given an opportunity to vote and you've put it on a ballot and you have deposited it. And that's all it means. Now, it is in their bullshittyism words that creates the opportunity for President Trump to have a second half of it. And the second half of it is we're going to go through a more rigorous verification process. Once it's cast, we met the order of the law to make sure that it's a true and accurate person who has the right to vote before we count it. Who gives a shit about delays when they're already delaying a month to begin with? Oh, we're not going to get the results right away. Who gives a shit anymore? I don't. I just want it right. So that's the first thing you have to understand what this process will do. Now, the way this works from a government standpoint to be within the letter of the law, we kind of have to check off some boxes, right? Number one, we have to ask ourselves if, with the assumption that the voter rolls are compromised, if the voter rolls are in fact compromised, could a state, a county, a city, or the United States suffer irreparable harm? That's my question. If the voter rolls are in fact compromised, could the county, the city, the state, the country be irreparably harmed? That's the very first hurdle you have to get over. Could it create an instance where any of those are irreparably harmed? It's a no-brainer. So see, legally, we check off that box. Legally, we check off that box. So we move to the second phase. What is the second phase? The second phase that the law is going to ask, it's called the balance of equities. And we're not talking DEI. The balance of equities. It basically means, and we'll use a Democrat BS word here, equity, that in order for 14th Amendment, everybody to be treated equally under the law, balance of equities, if you do this, meaning pause it and change temporarily, because we've already established for the likelihood of irreparable harm. Well, anytime you make a claim, you got to have a remedy. You got to have a solution that goes with it. So the next question in court is that balance of equities. Does the balance of equity favor this action or favor this order? Answer the question. If this was done, right? If this was done, meaning pause the voter rolls, et cetera, would it be in the favor of the citizens that you are giving them back their equity? Answer in chat. Would it be in the favor of the citizens of the United States of America, of the county, the city, the state, the United States? Would it be in the favor of the citizens that you have now balanced their equities? Why? Because you've taken out irreparable harm, you're making a move to do protection, and is that protection all across a balance? Will it give people their equity back by assuring that everybody's treated the same under the 14th Amendment, right? And everybody kind of starts from the same start. So you can see we meet the litmus test of called balance of equity. The third point that you must pass in this, okay, that you must pass on this, is called, is it in the public interest? Now that's different than rights. See, there are your constitutional rights federally and at your state level. That's where we just talked about the balance of equities. What we're now talking about is you as an individual. As an individual, is this in your best interest? It is in the public's interest. And that's the exact phrase, the public interest. Some of them may vary a little bit by state, but is this in the public interest? And the public interest means, will this benefit the public at large? Balance of probability, that's 51% on the scales. Will it balance in the public interest at large? Obviously, yes. Okay. I can go into all the reasons the left, the system, the right will fight this, but since I've taken you on these three statutes first, I'm going to let you be a jury of, we're all each other's peers. I'm going to let you be a jury of peers. Now, in order to do this, you have a few ways to do this, okay? The first way in this is if President Trump goes to CISA, right? Now, I want you to pay attention to my words again, because I'm about to drop something on you that your mind's going to go, fuck. The first step through traditional channels when it comes to election is to go to CISA. Now, CISA, if you remember CISA was the entity in 2020, before even all the votes were counted, before anybody could even do any kind of audit, they came out, the head of CISA came out and said, what? Yeah, Mr. Ray. What did he come out and say immediately? Krebs, actually. Sorry, Krebs. What did CISA say for the first time in history? Now, I told you, first time in history, elections under critical infrastructure. Right, it was Krebs. First time in history, they ever put it under critical infrastructure. What did he say? The safest election ever. Now, why would he say that? You've never heard that before. It was the safest and most secure election ever. Why did Krebs say that? You never heard it in history. It's a psyop, but it's a tool. I'm going to tell you why. It was a psyop, but now and he did it before the count was done. We know he was lying, but I'm about to drop on you. Okay. He said it even before the counts were all in and everything, early in the process, but he said it was this, and it was narrative setting, but it was one thing else, one other thing. You're right. You're right on every one of these. Now I'm going to drop on you why words matter. You ready? And Vern, you got it. If CISA says it's safe, it doesn't go to court. By law. By law. Now you know. Shit send chills down your spine. Why did they change these rules? Why did they do all of these things? Why did they have the pandemic? I told you they work on every front. That one statement, if you look at how the law reads of how you must prosecute the issue, the first decision of was it compromised, did something go wrong, is CISA. It must go through CISA. What did CISA say? Most safest and secure election ever. It instantly killed. Yeah, that's a lot of power. You understand how this works? Now you understand. I told you it's words. All they needed was that one guy who could have never known to utter those words. Why do they need him to utter the words? Because in order to go through this process and to say, wow, the elections were compromised, it first must come, not from the president. It must come from CISA. Now, you're asking the right question. Can they therefore block, burn the voter rolls? Now, you're learning, guys. You're learning. Everything I do is strategy. You are freaking learning. You got it. Who did that? Jim? JM? Can they then block, burn the voter rolls? Now you're getting it. Now you're getting why I tell you words matter, focus and procedures matter. Because it doesn't matter what happens. If this was a normal circumstance, because this is not within the general constitutional power of the president to postpone or cancel federal elections, pay attention. It is not within the constitutional power of the president to postpone or cancel elections. He gets it under one little thing, which is martial law, which we do not want. That only comes into effect with martial law. So we don't want that declaration of martial law. But in order to do something traditionally, it has to be done under what is considered a coordinated request. Okay? Here's what happens, and here's how it happens. The first step, according to how the system's set up today, and I know this sucks, you have to understand what they've done. It's not an algorithm. There's no polynomial, fractal, fucking infiltrated calls. The system's broken. You got to understand the system and what they put in. If you don't understand what they put in to protect themselves, you don't know how to get through the door to fix it. The president, in his constitutional powers, still has a process. Here is the process, the procedure that they have currently on the books. Okay? The first thing that must happen. Now, see, I'm talking about how do we get the president to do it? How does he do it within his powers? So we have to navigate into this very narrow sliver of where he has the power to do it, but it must be done the right way. Now, when you understand if there's 100 doors and we got 10 we can go through, everybody at the White House or legal teams are going to be pointing at 90 doors. You can't do it, sir. You can't do it, sir. You won't win. You can't do it, sir. Because that's how they're wired, right? They don't want flack. They don't want pushback. They want to stay politicos. They want to keep on working for other administrations. So they're not here to fix it. They're here to get their checks and raise a fuckload of money. So when there's 100 doors you can go through and 90% of them are closed, 90 of them are closed and 10 are open, the system will point the president to all 90 that are closed, but never talk about the 10. I'm talking about the 10. Now, traditionally, in this standard, the process is organized as follows. CISA, okay? The very people who said the safest, more secure election ever must, in writing, issue an alert and an advisory. Kind of like a very strongly worded letter. Believe it or not, that's it. That's what they have to do. They have to send a letter, which means it requires CISA's acknowledgement. Without CISA's acknowledgement, they can't begin the process. Now, do you understand why CISA came out and said the safest, most secure election ever? Now, do you understand the real meaning, the real intent, the real game played with one agency you fucking probably never heard of and a guy you certainly never heard of, Krebs? Okay? So, once you get through CISA, and I got to remember, what does CISA stand for? CISA. CISA stands for, hang on, Cybersecurity Infrastructure, Cybersecurity Infrastructure, is it association or agency? Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, which is now, they call themselves America's Cyber Defense Agency. Cyber defense. You kind of see a trend. They too stay away from the paper. Yeah, and you probably see why Susan Collins, you're right, said she'd vote for the SAVE Act, because down below she knew Mitch would take the hit, and she looks like a good person. They swap this all the time. So that's what CISA is. So what has to happen is CISA must trigger this. CISA then, in their report or advisory, that's what triggers the second direct agencies. That's Department of Homeland Security, okay, and Department of Justice. CISA has to say it. CISA requests assistance from the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice. If you don't get CISA, and if Simon says, if CISA doesn't say, if CISA doesn't push out the directive, it's not happening. Now, we have to assume, since Krebs, who's gone, by the way, we have to assume that President Trump does not know enough about this process to have made sure that the person controlling CISA is an ally and wants this fixed. So what we have to do is we have to assume that CISA is still compromised. Okay? Now, normally what would happen is CISA has to put out this directive. Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice get involved, and then what they do is they ask the states to implement their own operational milestones. So CISA is going to do the Department of Homeland Security. And let's say they did this. Hey, we got a problem, voter roll, blah, blah, blah. They call DHS. DHS is in. They call Department of Justice. Department of Justice is in. The procedural next step is for them to pick up the phone and to notify the states and their election officials, right? We want you to do this in your systems. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Until you understand, get ready, you're going to love this one. It's going to kick you in the fucking gut. All they can do is call the states and their election officials and say, this is what needs to be done, but we want you to understand it's voluntary and you have a choice whether you want to do it or not. Even at that level, we're removed from the Election Assistance Commission, which is voluntary rules. That's why I don't focus on the fucking machines. It's voluntary. At this level, that request coming down from Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, going to the states can be nothing more than asking the states to voluntarily do this. Now, let me ask you a question. In that system that has been set up, do you think we could get anything done? You'd think they'd want to do it. Do you think they would want to get anything done? Now, it would be a gift if the current director or whatever with CISA agreed. But the question is, does CISA even have the right information, which I'm about to give you? Because I'm about to drop the bombs on you. This is plain as day how to execute it. But you have to basically convince CISA. There's several gifts that are going to come from this. I hope you stay with me. There's several gifts that are going to come from it, but you have to get CISA. Now, if CISA makes the directive, it will just carry more weight. It will just carry more weight. Okay? By the way, quiz time. Just a quick break. What do you call a Jew on the moon? Taking a little break. What do you call a Jew on the moon? Put it in chat. What do you call a Jew on the moon? Somebody said cheesy. What do you call a Jew on the moon? An astronaut, you fucking anti-Semite. Actually, Seth Kessel told me that yesterday. I thought that was very funny. An astronaut, you anti-Semite. Okay. I digressed, but it was worth it. Okay. So let's say we get CISA. We still have to deal with the states. I'm telling you that I would guarantee you that not a single executive board member of CISA has any direct reports that would lead them to believe that the 2020 Trump election was compromised, right? They probably have no reports. Now, I'm choosing my words carefully, that the 2020 Trump election was compromised. But let's say they did. We could begin this process. So we still have to deal with the states, okay? Now, what happens is, this is where can the president or not just unilaterally say, you're not going to use the voter rolls. This is where wording means everything. This is why I said pause. If it's ever presented that the president is changing the rules, legally it's impossible. But what the president does have is investigatory powers. Very important. If it's ever perceived that the president is changing the rules, right? And this is a discussion I had with President Trump face to face, and he knows only as president can he do this. If it's perceived he's changing the rules, he can't do anything. He certainly can't do anything at the state level because everybody's required to execute the law. But the president, right? Hey, Lucy was suffering from cancer. She wants you to send her money now. She just popped up on Facebook and says her friend Kumbala Nugala Wala in Uganda can cure the cancer. Just message me. I thought it was so important that they took up that space in chat. I'd let you know. Hey, everyone, I was suffering from cancer and no, I'm not. But Dr. Solomon. Okay. Had to be important. Shit, it was that big. I had to let you know. The president has executive power, and the president has a fiduciary duty to the United States of American citizens to protect. Now, protection is completely different than writing laws. If there is a threat, the president has a fiduciary responsibility to act. So now this is about threat assessment, and I'm going to move into this area of threat assessment. Now, the reason I did that is because if it was CISA would have to say this is true. CISA would have to say we've identified the vulnerability, and here are the affected components. Key, we have identified this vulnerability, and here are the infected components, the infected components. CISA publishes its information because that's the only right it has to do. It can publish a report. Yes, Chet says he's excited because the Egyptian prince wants to send him $60 million. They just need to make sure his account's real and are asking him to put at least $5,000 in there because they can only verify if it has $5,000 or more that his account's real so they can ship him the $60 million. Anyway, so when you got those triggers, you understand CISA is not going to do it. So I'm going to change your optics on this. So what we have to do is we have to stay lawful, and we have to stay in the venue of commonly used in practice to get this done. And that is why I gave you earlier the issues that you have to understand. You have to be able to provide a security determination of why you're doing it. You have to provide technical validation of why you're doing it. Now, the state authority kicks in because they have what's called contingency procedures. Give you an example. If you said the voter rolls were bad, we're going to pause using them. The state enacts their contingency procedure. What's their contingency procedure? Okay, we won't print ballots from the online list that we call the voter rolls. We'll print the ballots from the backup copy of the list we have offline. Let me say that again. The state then kicks in and says, if all this goes right, okay, The voter rolls are compromised. What's the definition of voter rolls? What the state keeps, and it is a database. What the state keeps, and it's a database. So we'll protect it by not using the database the state keeps. We will use the copy we have on the poll books or the version that's offline. And Denise said it. What's the fucking difference? Words matter. I'm going to take you through a drill. First off, you have to have evidence. It doesn't matter what this is, you have to have evidence. That's key. You got that? You got to have evidence. Even the president has to justify why he's doing it. And you can bet they're going to say, that's not just, that's not real, that's not verified. It's horseshit. You're a lying Trump, dictator, Nazi fuck. Let's go through a few things that are published and known. And I want you to assess if, in fact, any of these meet the criteria of being a threat. Because that's what it is. It has to be a threat. So here's the first one. Here are the states where there have been voter roll hacks or thefts associated, pay attention, this is where there have been voter roll hacks or thefts that have been associated with workers at the county and state level. Now, these are on the books. Arizona, Illinois, Michigan, Alaska, Kentucky, Wisconsin, where county and state employees were caught manipulating the voter rolls. Now, the first question I have, this is a published report. There are cases. There are individuals. There are results, okay? There are facts. So this is provable by outside sources. So this is really good information to say, hey, inside, and some of these ended up in convictions, inside our states, we can show we have a problem. On cursory face, 10% of our states, more than 10% of our states, have problems internally at the county and state levels. So, first question, would you consider that proof? Put it in the chat. Would you consider that proof? Now, I want you to understand the court will accept that as proof. So those were the first states that can be used for this case. I'm going to give you more. I'm going to go progressively as they get better. They have nothing to do with machines. They have nothing to do with stolen fobs. We're just focusing on that narrow band of the voter rolls. Well, we have case law, court late cases, reports, etc., and confirmation that the voter rolls, from an inside standpoint, in those states and counties, have compromises that have occurred and been caught. Next one. Ready? Here are the states. Wait, I want to show you another one first. Wait. There you go. Here are the states where basically somebody went in and either took the voter roll, tanked the voter roll, hacked the voter roll, in its most serious sense. Arkansas, Connecticut, Michigan, North Carolina, Virginia, Oregon, Iowa, Texas, Michigan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So almost, 20% have gone through this issue. Almost 20% have gone through this issue. All of these have documentation, have cases, have instances, have reports. Here's the next one. Here are the current states that have confirmed they have found non-citizens registered as voters and voting on the voter rolls. You're going to see a lot of duplication in these states. You're going to see trends. But here are the states that have found non-citizens on the voter rolls. Okay? Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Utah, Michigan, Florida, Louisiana, Virginia, and Colorado. These are states that we know right now have come out and confirmed we have non-citizens on our roll and they are voting. So can that be used? Because even the president has to have evidence. Here it is. All of these are cases. You have to have evidence. Can that be used as evidence in a court of law? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. You already have proof that the voter rolls can be set aside, but I'm not done. Next. Here are where, this is where they stole inside. Literally stole the rolls. Right there. Again, you see the same thing. This is a theft report, an inside job theft report. Now, on its cursory review, there is more than enough evidence to say our voter rolls are in fact compromised. Now, this is backed up even further. There is a report that is put out by the Election Assistance Commission. I am going to tell you what the PDF is. Hang on one second. It is called, get my eyeballs on, because you can do this yourself. You're going to need to download 2 different spreadsheets. You're going to want to download, and I'm just going by 2022. You can use any of them you want. You got 2020, 2022, you name, but I'm going to show you how to find them. Write this search string down. It's the 2022 EAVS for public release. That's what you're looking for. The 2022 EAVS for public release. That is every state, every county, their exact numbers as now certified by the state and the federal government. It's a spreadsheet. It's about 6,400 rows deep, but it has everything. Now, they do it very craftily because you won't be able to understand what you're looking at. But for those of you that are in research mode, and I'm telling you, dig into this, you'll make some incredible, and I don't know, let me just see for shits and giggles. Can I drag a spreadsheet to my Telegram? Let me just try. I don't know. Fucking A, it took it. Okay. Somebody, y'all guys put it in my Telegram. You can go there and download it. Good. But I'm still going to tell you about it. My Telegram is me. It's just t.me/Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. No official, no fuckaducky, no dot. Spell my name right. Okay? You can just put it t.me/ somebody put it in chat. Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. That's my Telegram channel. I just gave you these. Now, there's 2 spreadsheets you're interested in that you have to understand how this works. See, it's not that I researched it and this address looks wrong and they're popping up on Rumble. Thank you. Okay. And then there is research what the system certified. See, because if they certified something wrong, they're in trouble. That's why you use the actual certified data, not the public data like the fucking F chart and stuff. You use the actual certified data. Now, the second spreadsheet in this process I gave you, one, I gave you the public release data. You can get these for many years, but you must have with it the key code. Yeah. It's so massive and so big, you have no idea what the codes mean, right? And you want to be able to understand the code book. They all have secret codes. And that's the 22, and it's in there, but for those of you not going to Telegram, I'll get it. Look up the 2022 EAVS code book. Now you need the code book. Here's why. In that code book, it tells you every reason that somebody was allowed to vote, registered to vote, what type of voter they are, whether they're military, whether their social security number matched, whether their address was rejected. I mean, it's fucking everything. But they bury it so you can't see it. You can take one category, and I think it's category 8, which has a series of codes, 8A, 8B, 8C. I think that's it. You'll look in the codes. You will look very pointedly at the number of dead people your county removed from the voter rolls for any given period. You can see counties that have 100,000 people. You look at the death rates for the county, it'll tell you how many people died. It's simple math. You can find out how many an adult. Almost none of the numbers match. What they remove is significantly less than the people that actually died that would have been registered voters. It's simple math. So all of this sticks out like a sore thumb. But I know where you're getting. Wow, this is just some conspiracy theorist. These are the election deniers. You don't have empirical scientific proof that any of this is bad. And by the way, that's just the voter rolls. That doesn't mean that our elections are compromised or bad. You're lying. In fact, voter fraud is not very widespread and very minor. So you know that's where the hook comes in with us, right? You know where that's the whole hook for every one of us that comes in. They're just going to say it's not peer reviewed, which is what they do to shoot things down. Okay? It's not vetted, right? Or any of that. Not true. I want you to know, just so you understand. Okay? We're going to go at 2 levels. And this is why the gift keeps on giving. But you have to understand what you're looking at. And you have to know the whole fucking system's rotten. And what we're talking about now is how does the president able to do this? So, you remember I told you that CISA has to declare something's wrong? Do you remember me telling you that? Do you remember me telling you that CISA has to make a declaration? If we were looking only at government bodies, federal level, and we want confirmation that our elections are broken, not the Brennan bullshit report, it's not widespread, but not that shit. But I told you it takes backed up data for the president to do this. Well, what if I told you that the Office of ODNI, right? Intelligence Office, that the intelligence community put out a report, a certified report, saying beyond a shadow of a doubt, our elections in the United States of America are fully compromised. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI and the Joint Analysis Report, it's called the JAR, and it's rather jarring, put out a report saying our elections are compromised. The joint DHS, ODNI, and the FBI all together, after their independent reports, published another study. Our elections are compromised. The U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence published a report, 5 volumes, 5 volumes, 5 volumes, that our elections are compromised. 5 volumes that our elections are compromised. There are 10 major government reports, 10 major government reports that are certified by the United States government saying our elections are compromised. Our systems are broken. Have any of you ever seen those reports? Put it in chat. Yes or no. Have you ever seen those reports? Yes or no? Now, these are published. These are documented in American history. These are evidence, submitted into evidence as absolute fact. And every one of them was published by the holdovers of the Biden administration immediately when President Trump came in after being elected in 2016. Remember I told you sometimes they move so fast, they miss things, like putting all of this under critical infrastructure, which they think there's not going to be any evidence, and they know you need CISA. Well, they fucked themselves. They fucked themselves because they did it to try to impugn President Trump. And it's all endorsed by CISA. And it's all published. Every one of them. That our elections are compromised. That our elections are compromised. I don't know if I can fit them all in here, but I will put them on my Telegram right now. I'll give you every one of them. You got to go look them up on your own, but I'm giving you the search string. Okay, there you go. It's on my Telegram. That is every single report put out by the federal government that our elections are wholly compromised. Once again, see, the system set up, they never thought that President Trump would get back in or that we'd fight. We'd just accept it. But in their rush, they published reports that President Trump has full right and ability to use because it's every fucking intelligence enforcement department he needs, and they cite CISA. Oh, but that's just government playing politics, and that's just it, and it's not really that, and can it's not do it. Well, if this was Dr. Frank, let's be frank, he doesn't know shit. Well, it's not peer reviewed. I peer reviewed Jovan stuff by looking at his tweets on Twitter, and I peer reviewed it. And I'm telling you, because I'm an academic, peer review. Yes, peer review. Year review. Well, they're wrong there too, because I'm going to give you 10 high impact, widely cited, peer-reviewed empirical studies proving our elections can be interfered with and are compromised. And these are certified, high impact, peer-reviewed, all kinds of institutions, etc. Whole bit. Dina Audio says, just give it to us, Jovan. Face up, face down. Tell me, put it in chat. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to see if I can get this in a PDF. I'm going to pull it up in my system. So here's what I just told you. I went through the process to show you how they did all this entanglement. But what they did is they undid themselves at the same time. And now it presents an interesting conundrum, which also benefits President Trump. Ready? President Trump enacts every one of these government studies, every one of these peer reviews, goes, here's proof our system is compromised. I'm executing under critical infrastructure. We're going to do a pause, only a temporary pause. He has to have evidence to do it. Now the system's going to be forced. They either have to say those reports were true or those reports are bullshit. You can't use them. So you're going to find academia, you're going to find agencies that are going to be incredibly quiet because it backfired. They're going to be incredibly quiet. So from an evidentiary standpoint, President Trump has more than enough government certified reports that are part of American history. And he doesn't have to prove their BS. Here, they said it. Here it is. They proved it. Massive amounts of university and peer-reviewed stuff, which of course is all crap. All of these studies that now show illegals, all of these studies that show now the rolls are bad, he has everything he needs, okay? Everything he needs to show we have a problem. And he has executive power to even get more information. I'll give you an example. President Trump did an order that said the agencies with illegal aliens have to now talk to each other. Now, that doesn't mean every state's doing it. The states I showed you aren't dare going to do it at all. But only 33 million records of about 160 million or 170 million records have actually been run through this system to check. So they've done a sampling. What would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that'd be 1/6 of the voter database has been run through it. And almost everywhere they have found instances that illegals were actually put on the voter rolls. Now they're going to use this little bullshit word to say it's not widespread. It's not widespread. Well, that's a sampling, and we really don't know. And by the way, Alabama alone found over 5,000 of them. So we're not searching for widespread because elections don't have allowable margins of errors. It's a fucking election. Which might be the trigger that President Trump can use to force the rest of the states and all the roles through the SAVE program. I got to remember what it's called. It's the Citizen something fuckaduckity board or whatever. Anyway, right? Where they get welfare checks and stuff. So we have empirical data. You also know what we don't have? SAVE has run through 33 million. I have heard that the inability to confirm, that doesn't mean they're illegal. It just means we can't confirm their status, is 10%. So when you take these instances, right, and you understand how it's done, and you look at how government employees and county employees manipulate things, and I'll give you an example. Pulaski County, right? That's in Arkansas. One person went in and changed 132 people's precincts. Might not sound like a big deal, but you can only vote in your precinct. We're seeing that done in the mail-in states. Just to confirm, right? Just to confirm, this is why we need to do it. Period. We have so many little breaks. So basically, from a court of law, it's the preponderance of evidence, and this is why in the court it occurs. What we're trying to do is to find out how high spread it is. It occurs. And that's the threshold where in politics, when it comes to counting the vote, they kick on this widespread. Well, it's not widespread. And that's how we allow them to BS in it. By the way, all of those where I showed you the states, right? Every one of them where I showed you the actual states that had people inside that mucked with the voter rolls, okay? They found it. They showed it, meaning it's real. It's absolutely real and can be proven, okay? Absolutely real and can be proven. Whether it's non-citizens on voter rolls, here's the states. Whether it's voter roll hackers and thefts, where criminals came in to do it. Whether they caught state workers doing it. Do you notice something here? Here's criminals from the outside. Here's the inside. Here's criminals from the outside. Here's inside. This one stat that you're looking at right here that I bebop in between is more than enough evidence to say we have a maladministration problem that even outweighs the outside compromises. Get it? California doesn't report, they don't care, you can't find it. Or even just, here it is, right? Where they modify them. The data shows we have inside jobs and we have outside jobs. This is where the data of what has been found, completely staying away from fraud. Well, a voter voted wrong. See, nothing I talked to you about today has to do with somebody voting illegally. It has to do with the system maladministering elections. By the way, all of these, although they were found, didn't get criminal prosecutions, but there were agreements, plea agreements, because every one of these was found to be a boo-boo. Oh, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Oh, geez, is that what that button was for? Get the intent shed? So when we get away from that and we're just looking at systems, this is where President Trump 100% has the ability to go by infrastructure and immediately go to each state, as I would. Yes, it requires filing a lawsuit with each state. They'll have to file it. It's just a procedure. They have to do it. But in filing the lawsuit, which would require, look, we're just not going to use the rolls. Everybody's going to get the vote. You got to show up with proper ID. And you vote the day of. Now, another interesting secondary trigger kicks in. You know, obviously, they want to try to have the president go through Congress. Remember I told you about 100 doors and 90 doors are this way, you know, closed, and 10 you can go. I showed you the openings. They're going to be telling him we can't do it. And the number one thing they're going to tell him do it is, you can't do this. You can't draft a federal bill. We'll never get it approved in time. And they won't even approve it. Mitch McConnell just taught you that. Which, by the way, get ready for this, listen, is the best gift that could have ever been given President Trump when it comes to this executive order. Why? Because the loophole to avoid Congress, it goes from Congress to the Senate to the president, the loophole to avoid Congress, get ready, is you have to prove Congress is unwilling to act on it. What did Mitch McConnell just give us? Even something as simple as you got to have ID, Congress is unwilling to act on it. Mitch McConnell handed the president exactly what he needs to circumvent Congress. Why? Because they've already taken the SAVE Act, which has minor elements overall, very easy. And they won't let it go through. Now he can say, under critical infrastructure, we know this is going on. And we know Congress will not pay attention to it and fix it. They have foregone their fiduciary duty. That was a gift right there, black and white. Why? Because it's about elections. It's about IDs. It's about the fucking systems. And Congress failed to act. Thank you, Mitch McConnell. Because what happened here is you just accelerated everything, which basically puts it at the state level. If Congress won't act, now you're forced to go to the state level. This is where the president can do an executive order mandate. What they can't do is they can't change the rules. I want you to get very clear about this. You can't change the laws of elections. It just doesn't work that way. But I'm not talking about changing the laws or the rules of the election, am I? That's why I said they're going to push President Trump to 90 closed doors when there's 10 open. The 10 open is as an investigatory action, because we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, thank you, Democrats and others, peer-reviewed data by universities and government reports, our election systems are broken. And even since then, we have more and more and more and more and more. Houston, we have a problem. What that does is that forces Department of Justice priority. Now, the president has a little more power now that Congress acted. Now that Mitch the bitch won't do the save, he gave the gift for the president that when the president does this executive order and is going under critical infrastructure, he can now say, I can prove you didn't act on it. Therefore, he can reject all grants and fundings for elections. That's the one power he has, to deny funding because they won't act. Mitch McConnell just gave us that. You need the rejections. You've got to go through these procedures. Now, in this, what happens is the president, okay, he has to carve out UOCAVA. That's the overseas voters and military. They can vote by mail. What happens is the president, under mandate, we now know Congress won't act. They won't even act on the most simpling things. And we have to use existing state authority. The president can ask the states to eliminate, and this is what I'm suggesting, to temporarily suspend printing ballots from the existing voter rolls. That's it. Prevent the printing of ballots from the voter rolls. It means it just can't blindly be printed. Can't blindly be printed. You can't just, shit out tons of ballots. As the security measure, which I told you and other things, is this is where the voters, nobody's being disenfranchised. You can show up, you can call in. I don't want to walk in, send me a ballot. But now we have a procedure under this investigation for the investigation, not new rules. Under the investigation, for the investigation, they can put in rules about how to verify. Now, EOs are not laws because the next administration gets to wipe them out. That's a gift. Now, of course, he's got to do this. He's basically would be asking for a restricted limit of mail-in voting temporarily and a restricted limiting of the printing process because the data inputs are compromised and they have to understand where those compromises come from. Period. All he has to do is everybody can vote. It doesn't change any laws. We're going to send out to UOCAVA. That's it. But it's going to give us the time to check the voter rolls. Now, everybody who comes in, if there's a question, they can't deny you to vote. If Paco from Taco Bell from Mexican City and the drug cartel leader walks up and says, I want to vote, he has to be handed a ballot and allowed to cast a vote. You can't deny him. He has to be allowed to cast a vote, which is the law. But that particular ballot, because he won't pass ID or can't pass ID or it's questionable, will be a provisional ballot. And a provisional ballot, which by law is why we have provisionals, it's satisfied. That's why they don't break the law of rejecting your provisional. You got to understand how the law works. You only have the right to cast a vote. So why when you go in and they say, well, you're not on the list, and you say, sure the fuck as I am, and you know it, and they say, well, you got to cast a provisional. See, they never close that loop and tell you, okay, we counted your vote. You just got that because that's the law. They only rejected the clearance of the ballot, but you got to exercise your right to cast a vote. See how it works? That's why it's all about cast a vote. So in this process, the president can enact and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt it is not cumbersome on the states. How can he do that? Because that's how they're going to fight it. This is cumbersome. We won't have results every night. Well, see, 2020 gave us that gift. 2022 gave us that gift. 2024 gave us that gift. And what is that gift? Well, you can't count them and give us an immediate result anyway. So it looks like you need 60 days. So you got 60 days to provide the evidence this was a real voter. And here's the standard we need it under, because this is an ongoing Department of Justice, Homeland Security investigation. It's got to just meet this standard of investigation. You see how it's the gift that keeps on giving? You can't say over here, well, we're not going to have a results election night when they're fucking taking a month or two to count anyway. Use it. Use it. All of this can fall in to what's called emergency court orders. We use the data we have against them. We use the patterns they produced against them. We use the data they gave us against them. We use the facts against them. All of those things create standing. And then, because the president automatically has standing, you got to get to the second hurdle. What's the second hurdle? The second hurdle is you must have strong, specific evidence. The third thing is you got to have legal theory that overcomes state law. Why is that key? Because we have state elections, not federal elections. But here is the President of the United States operating on the following legal theory, supported by government reports, academia, and institutions, that our entire election system is compromised. We know it is. We don't know who does it, but we know it is. Here's all the data. And if that is true, we are not providing equity to the voters. And I have a fiduciary duty to fix it. This could be one of the most broadest emergency court orders that can go into fast, but very few have won. The reason they have won is because they always miss strong specific evidence. We don't want fucking polynomial, dictynomial shit, right? You need facts. Peer reviewed. Here it is. Here's the facts. Confirmed by by the way, it's all of our agencies. Not just some of them. All of them confirmed this. And I'm now getting my head around it. And it's just about equity, because we don't want anybody to not be treated equally. Therefore, we are just temporarily suspending the use of the rolls, the existing rolls as they exist, telling America to come in to vote, or just call in and make sure and list a request if you want to vote. We got all the time in the world to do this. We got 254 days before the midterm. All the states can mobilize. All the states can do every bit, even if they have to fight it. And that's it. That is what I call burn the voter rolls. But you have to understand the steps. You have to understand the steps. And what I gave you today are the steps. By the way, there are 50 states in the United States. Every swing state currently, that's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Every single state of the swing states have rules on the books that match what would be requested of the voters when they show up in person. And that would be, it's got to have auditability. You got to have proper ID. You got to have these things. Those laws are already on the books. Already on the books. All the president is doing is saying we're lifting the time constraints because you're not working in it anyway. So it's not about fucking election night. You need 60 days to do it? Great. Do your signature testing. You're going to show your work. It's kind of like new math. You're going to show your work. We're going to just cross-check it. That's all it is. We're just going to make sure it's good. Every swing state has components, whether it's ID, whether it's rejection of drop boxes, whether it's rejection of mail-in ballots because the addresses didn't match. You use the current rules, which they are not enforcing, but in this pause under an investigation is the right to inspect, to look for compliance. And that is all the president is doing. It's his job to protect the country. We know this is a problem. We need processes put in place to do it. Suggest a temporary pause. That's it. You're not changing any laws in any way. Here you go. And all of those are already on the books. And you know what? I can't put this into 2 fucking sentences. I'm sorry. I can't. Because what I gave you is a playbook. What I gave you is every fucking loophole. Here it is. I can sit with President Trump and be there 2 hours, and Susie will still ask, can you put this in a paragraph? That's the system we fight. You're the insurance policy. You've always been the insurance policy. I know why they're going to tell him it can't be done. I'm telling you, as a strategist, here it is. We have everything. We have everything to do it. Here is why I am so fucking disgusted with election integrity. Because the people like fucking Dr. Frank, right? And all that crap will constantly tell you that full forensic audits are a grift. Jovan's a grift. Can't do it. Not right. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's not really real, and it's the machines. That's what I have distaste for. You don't have to like me. Seth and I were talking yesterday. We do not agree with each other on a lot of things. We laugh about it because we can still be friendly and talk and respect that we have a job to do. But just like I told you, Mitch the bitch stood in front of the SAVE Act. Let me show you how many cities within 1 year of me coming out, introducing full forensic audits. Here's how we do it. Here's how we find it. Let me show you exactly how many cities the GOP funded to put people on the ground to tell you, no, don't do forensic audits. Do a canvas and it's the machines. There is, right there is every city they funded events in to push them away from full forensic audits. There you go. This is why I have so little respect for election integrity, because there is no integrity in election integrity. So few people really do the hard work, but you got a lot of speakers, a lot of travelers, a lot of shit to continue to tell you not to focus on what's real. This is the depth we go into. This is the depth I want you to learn. Right? There are. This is, by the way, this is only three people they put on the ground. There are many more. This is a map of 3 particular people that got funded to go around to the cities right there. That's just 3. Pressler's not in there, a lot of others. This is just 3 people's trips. Look at that. Look at the amount of that travel. I believe if we don't know how they do it to us, we're doomed. And you don't know how to fight it. Sorry, hang on. Now you have all the law, all the information, all the statutes, all the whatever. It's strategy, folks. Do I know if President Trump's going to mention this tonight in the State of the Union? I have no idea. Do I know a lot of things are going on? Yes. Do I know internally wars are waging? Yes. I'm losing my voice again. But you have everything you need. And the only thing, if you took away one thing today, you now understand why CISA came out and said the most secure, safest election ever. You know why the Democrats put elections under infrastructure, because they knew the pandemic was coming. And you now know how all of this was a setup. And this is just, they fought using the rules of the system. It was not dirty. They just know how to use the system. One sentence by Krebs changed our destiny. That was just a few words, but look at everything it changed legally. This is why I need you to understand how we fight this. Share this program. And folks, we need help for our work. We really do. We need you to stand up and help more for our work. Love you all. Share this program.
Not fixing 2020 will damn our nation forever. The historic Maricopa County full forensic audit effort processed 20,895,610 digital and forensic images of varying formats, resulted in 208 million individual evidence-proof files. The system processed over 58 billion forensic measurements, resulting in over 2 trillion individual base computations. No hopium, no hype, just hardcore forensic evidence. Please make sure the Maricopa County Full Forensic Audit Archives survive. Donate now. So if you want what happened in the 2020 election fixed, then please donate to protect and secure this historic evidence.
Rennie Good was a gifted soul, a writer and a poet and a mother, wow. She tried to hit an agent with her car, oh no! Pop, motherfucker, now she's gone! Yeah, yeah, yeah!